Mega Boss, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Coming in, friend, coming in. Just forgive me while I'm tippity-tappying. Getting everything set up. Catastros, Watto friend, hello, hello. I think we're all coming together. I'm reminded once again today, friends, that despite the amount of time I put into researching everything and keeping up with video games, that it is still entirely possible for excellent games to even sneak past me. I just became aware of a game called The Case of the Golden Idol, and that's one of those ones should have been on my radar and wasn't. I don't think there's really a point or a meaning to that. Just no matter how good one's research, there's still always going to be areas of... There's still going to be gaps. Anyway, sorry. Here's me being all over the place. How are you both doing? Hello? Welcome? Greetings? Once again, y'all were both the good and interesting parts of my day yesterday. After stream, I had a bunch of work calls, and then once again tried to finish the Last Stand Aftermath, and I got ambushed. Detected a signal, followed it to its source. Got locked in an arena with a bunch of explosive barrels and zombies, and the zombies went, ha 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 ha! Suffice to say, that run ended in sadness and tragedy. I was so set! I'm so determined to finish that game. I'm sorry if I've already told you about it. It's the one that's the sequel to the old Flash games, The Last Stand, with the kind of roguelike zombie thing going on. And I'm getting real good at it, but the Firelands is just brutal. I'm gonna do it though. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna happen. It did, Catastros. It did end with what could be best described as like spaghetti rain. Mega Boss, that sounds like a lovely way to spend a day. Though I do agree that like, yeah, from the Arankar, or however you pronounce it, arc onwards, it should have ended with Eisen. Should have ended with Eisen. Fearless, Lost Flowers, Watto friends. How goes it? Tell me your tales. I was just telling Mega Boss and Catastrophe that I've been pretty much focused on the Last Stand Aftermath in my downtime because I just want to get it finished. I'm enjoying it, but like I'm so close to the top of the mountain. You know what I mean? Imperios, hello, hello, welcome. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Hey!
I shared web-based Minesweeper with the server and it may not have been the best idea.
Hey, like, Bismarck, you merely provided them the tools for their own destruction. Actually, I did see that. It's like a Minesweeper MMO that Bismarck shared on the longship, and it looks good. Now, also, Bismarck, thank you for, what's that, 26 months? Cheers to you. Yay! So, Falazior, Kimball, Erriman, Wolfcrowd, Watto, and welcome. Greetings! I'm on the big telly. Well, thankfully, Kimball, I do have a wonderfully cinematic game to show you. At least I hope it is. Again, it's one of those, I don't know anybody else who's played it. So we'll see how it shakes out. How are you doing, friends? Sorry, Wolfcrad, thank you for filling the pint glass. Which isn't working! It's gonna be one of those days again, isn't it? Alright, let's see if we can... Let's see if we can get the pint glass doing its heckin'-ness. So, bear with me while I just stab it in the EEPROM. Let's see if that works. Hey, Aperios, the fact that I didn't take a bath with my toaster this morning is a fucking achievement, so I'm here. I want to shit about... Right, so the bit boss is working, and the pint glass is broken. Fuck. And Mega Boss, I would never refer to it as the money hole, because, like, Wolfcrad and Vanderbeest and the people who do pop stuff in here, like, that totals up a month and keeps the show going. So, like, yeah. To all of House Order, I say good morning and thank you. Kyle's been in the office this week, and it's hard getting up in the morning and actually having to walk further than the length of the flat. Hey, at least it's not like the heinous commutes of the past, right? And Lord Traden, Watto and welcome. And Fearless, that sounds like a very engaging conversation. Just trying to get this to feckin' work again. Chewy bastard. Be yeeting a pint glass at the wall. Oh, well, Lord Trident's grabbing a fancy salad. As I try and fix things live on Twitch.television. Squarepeg, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, and Immortal then, what was your big model kit find today? Tell me your tales. Yeah, as I said, friends, apologies while I'm playing Whack-A-Mole with problems and issues. I do have a very interesting game to show you all today. We're going to be finally playing Californium, a very Philip K. Dick-esque interdimensional mystery with a fascinating art style, which, admittedly, looking at the timeline, this one predates Paradise Killer, but definitely set the pace and the tone for that. And as you know, like, Paradise Killer was one of my favourite games of late. Not a great stream game, but definitely a good game. Oh, and Fearless, you're joining us for the Halloween Gundam build. Yeah, I gotta carve out some time to start working on it. We're still at Go No Go for the Great Bezos heist, which I haven't had the chance to talk to you all about yet, but I want to wait until it's more possible before we sit down and have a talk. We'll have kind of like a long ship round table. Alright, this has gotta be. It's gotta be working, because the bit boss is still working fine. God. These weeks are sent to challenge us, dear friends. Anyway, if you want to go grab a cup of tea or something, now is absolutely the time while I try and fight things. Oh, nice. Mortal End, that sounds feckin' lovely. I saw from the new One Piece film, there's Red's ship, which the name escapes me while I am playing Whack-A-Mole with problems, but it has the front of the ship has this pseudo-Viking in red kind of vibe. And I'm just like, yep, no, yeah, I can see that. No, that's...
Bits that are so spooky, they're invisible, perfect for October.
Apparently so, Bacon. Apparently so. God, it's just the pint glass that's not working. Sorry, Bacon. Thank you kindly for the 200, friend. Forgive me while I look stressed out to fuck. Because it does not want to play. It does not want to play ball. Also, I want to say thank you again, friends, for hanging out yesterday. Game being bad and power breaking was very stressful, and being able to just hang out with everybody yesterday evening and sail the 7 seas was really needed. Thank you. The fact that you lot put up with that is something that I'm very grateful for. So yeah, while I'm playing Whack-A-Mole with whatever the feck is causing this, we have a release date for Spider-Man Miles Morales on PC. So, one of the best Spider-Man characters coming to PC. It's going to be heckin' great. And the person who got fired for trying to start a union in Nintendo ended up getting, what was it, like 20 grand as a legal payout. Oh yeah, no, Bacon. Sorry. You know what? It's probably because I was drinking gin last night. You know, I imagined there was a stream last night, but you're right, there wasn't one. It was definitely not a stream. Alright. Hop-a-chop!
This is a test bit alert.
And it didn't work! You're a piece of shit pint glass! The Welshman speaks only lies! Wolfcrowd was saying, so let me get this straight. If you start a union, you either end up with a union or 20 grand. Well, hang on, let me bring up the article proper. Because the person, this was a settlement for them getting fired for trying to start a union. And they got $26,000. And this was an out-of-court settlement with staffing agency Anston Carter that will see them receive just shy of 26 grand. Sure. And Angel. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Angel. I think every... just gonna... Alright, so we've just got to declare the pint glass to be busted and broken for now. Hopefully it's going to be coming back. Because alerts are proccing. It's just for whatever reason the pint glass is just not doing it. Yeah, I can't see any main elements. Friends, I'm so sorry. Here you are watching me like try and troubleshoot problems in real time. Alright. You know what? Fag it. Friends, just we'll say we'll put a wizard veto on bits and nonsense today, because I mean we get the alerts and the boss reacts, but I would feel very bad for both Order and Chaos, who have now had their main battleground wiped from the space. What nonsense has been taken from me?
The pint glass is just not doing it. Thing said after pushing to pod on a Friday.
Frickin' right. Wait, it's not Friday, is it? Is it? No, it's Thursday. Messing with me live. Airman, thank you for 1,000. I mean, that's $10 to keeping us going, yo.
Whipped? No, ascended to Valhalla.
Nah. You only get to go to Valhalla for glorious death in battle. The pint glass has just stopped. It's just being sad and pathetic. Sorry, I think it's the presence of Lord Calcium Bonio is creating a little bit more of the Calcium Bonio voice than the rest of my life. It's bleeding through. J-Post. What, friends?
You are not the boss of me. Bits will be eaten.
You know what? I don't know why I said that. Because I don't know what I was expecting. If stuff does start working again, then feckin' we.
Did you just decree more bits?
I did
spit on your decree. Long live the cult.
I did exactly the opposite. It's not a cult. Why are you not like this?
We are eating bits? Okay.
That's actually the opposite of what I said, you feckin' terrorists. But a train has started. Right, friends, it's... I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I don't think there's anything I can do to fix alerts and nonsense right now. It seems to be something happening across just about everything.
Online. All systems nominal.
Sounds like what a cult would say.
You'll do me a feckin' damage. What did I just say?
Long live the bread of the month cult, club.
It's not a cult. Not a cult! Feckin' terrors, the lot of you.
Cult.
I don't agree with this. Vanderbeest, washo and welcome. Vanderbeest, only a handful of the alert stuff is working. I told this lot not to throw bits until I fixed it, and not to throw bits whilst we're... wizard veto bits. I have been severely overridden here. Yeah, basically, the pint glass is fucked right now. I'm severely hoping that we don't see...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, very droll. Very droll. Just want to play a weird mystery game. Back on the Willamette again. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Today you may get to see a man explode. Just blood and guts. Just block. Oh, God,
Hey Will, your growler's busted.
I know! Just gonna glass myself. Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything I can do at this point. Something is broken well beyond my powers.
Willimus?
You rang?
Peggy.
Shut up, Peggy. You're not invited to this party.
And he explodes.
Not yet. The urge to have a full-on, like... We're talking like full-on Twitch fails, top-page Reddit type meltdowns very high. Sorry, friends. I've been dealing with a lot of not this morning. And I apologise that we started so late today, and I was looking forward to hanging out with you all, and now things are fucking breaking, and I'm ready to do a murder!
Level 3?
Apparently so. No, okay. As much as I told you all, please don't throw in bits. They do still end up helping out, so I am grateful for them. I feel bad, like, you'll throw in stuff to do a thing, and then thing no happen. And it's very frustrating when it's out of my control.
At least one more stop.
At least one will stop. Okay. Oh. Anyway, friends, how are you all doing? I apologise for my stress and flailing, but I'm very happy to hang out with you all. And I am reminded once again that I'm just the person in the seat. It's not about me. It's about all of us together. We're definitely getting into that.
I heard you eat more bits.
I said the exact opposite. I said the exact opposite. Although currently it is at 69%. Nice. We're definitely getting that part of the year where the sheer volume and quality of games all coming at once is more than I can keep up with.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Oh, and Fearless, thank you for gifting subs to J-Crips. And J-Crips, it's good to see you, friend. It's good to see you. Sorry, I should have said a proper hello when you came on in. I'm just trying to work out what's
Choo-choo.
broken everything and who I need to stab in the face. I might just start stabbing and just see where it takes me. The irony, of course, is that today I have chosen a mystery game, which is somewhat non-violent, and a game where I just want to be just Stabby Stabberson. Hank von Stabbington of the New Jersey Stabbers.
Willimus was irritated. His longtime companion, the Welshman, had their mouth stuffed full of bread and was silent. His favourite pint glass was seeming cracked as it wouldn't hold anything, and the cult was running around willy-nilly.
Feckin'. It's not a cult! Thank you for the bits. You feckin' terror.
Tell your cult who to stab and it will be done.
It's not a cult! I can't believe you're doing this. Feckin' terror's the lot of you! Ooh. Anyway. What have you lot been playing, aside from see how highly strung we can get Will in an afternoon?
I can see the truth in your eyes as you're telling me lies. Like you know that you'll hold my hand again. 'Cause you don't know you will. But I know how you
And down under dwarf, what ho friend.
Do what you want cause a pirate is free, you are a pirate. Yaha fiddle dee dee, being a pirate is alright to be. Do what you want cause a pirate is free, you are a pirate. You are a pirate. Yeah.
One of the worst breakdowns in any song ever, though. Seriously, all of you. Despite me saying, stop throwing butts! It does still keep us going. I'm very grateful. Now that the train has pitted out, you all got it out of your system, alright? Alright? I'm waiting to see if whatever's going on with the pint glass is something that's fixable right now, or if it's... Like, it appears to be server-side. So... The problem is, there's nothing I can do. So, to both House Chaos and Order, I am sorry. I'll keep an eye on it, see if there is something I can do, but...
We got us a map, and now, to lead us to a hidden box that's all locked up with locks, and buried deep away.
We are the pirates who don't do anything. Oh, lordy, lordy. Oh, nice. Shadows was saying that they last game they played was a second playthrough of Arcane Spirits. Lovely. I tried playing the make your own arcade game on Steam, and it was a little too close to doing. It was a little too close to doing real work. And I think definitely a good game to research, because it doesn't quite have the meditative qualities of like Power Wash Sim or the mower game and stuff like that. Like, I don't know when people will understand that adding a time limit, especially one based on a day-by-day situation where the goal is to make as much money or something as possible, or to do all the tasks in a day, that if you add a time limit to that that's very aggressive, it takes all the calm out of it. It just makes it stressful as shit! Oh, wow. Sorry, as a small aside, Rogue Gensa, or Gensi, Genocide? However you pronounce it. The vampire survivors, but with more roguelikean elements. Seems to be doing gangbusters. It was on my radar before we went down to LA, and it just popped up on my feed while I was looking at stuff, and it's already at, like, nearly 2,000 positive reviews on Steam, so fucking good on them. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday, about how the vampire survivors craze is going to create, like, a Zerg wave of very, very similar titles, and not all of them will be good. Got Angel's with me there on hating on time limits. Yeah, thing is, time limits can be weaponized very well to create moments of tension, but a lot of the time when they are something that is obsessively adhered to in a game, it is usually, I don't know, it feels like an intellectual choice that the fucking designers came up with without considering how people actually play it. J-Crips not reliably anymore. Sorry, J-Crips was asking if there's a way of getting sales data from Steam. Not anymore. The dude who was doing the Steam Spy website got hired by Epic, and Steam kind of cracked down on a lot of the data available. Which, as someone who obsesses over the games industry in the same way that a football fan might, you know, over like fantasy football, I am annoyed that I'd lost this wonderful blip of really cool information. But on the other, I understand why, for a lot of teams, it's better to be able to obfuscate that. Catastro says they saw the Vampire Survivor style referred to as Bullet Heaven. I kind of like it. That's a cute little turn of phrase. I do like it. It's got like a nice positive bounce to it. Oh yeah, and Angel. Time limits are the skeleton key to anxiety. I think that's core for a lot of people. It's one of the reasons why, like, Stardew Valley is a game I do not find relaxing. I enjoy it, but, like, it enters in an additional fail state. So, okay, most video games have a fail state. You lose your life, you get a game over. Your capital gets destroyed, your empire has fallen. But the time limits add like a conditional failure that you can be wrong. You can be playing the game wrong because you only have 20 minutes to do everything in a day. Like, you know, did you miss buying seeds when you were supposed to? Did you remember to plant the crops? Did you water everything? Do you have enough time to go into town and talk to the person? If you talk to this person, you might not have enough time to talk to this person. And then you want to hit the feckin' dungeons and stuff, but it's getting late. You might fall asleep and lose a bunch of your shit. It's like, this is not... No. Sorry. I mean to project anxiety onto the lot of yous. Yep. Although I will say, Bryce, the classic time limits of things like Turtles, that does create tension. And the dam level, if you haven't seen it on the original Turtles on the NES, is very, very stressful. But it's a very clear, like, you have to get from here to here in this time. As opposed to presenting the idea of you have to do everything with... Okay, what was the game? Arcade Paradise. So Arcade Paradise is a fascinating title, available on Steam, it's done very well, where you are running a laundromat for your dad. But you realise that you're starting to make a whole bunch of cash from the arcade machines that you have hidden in the back. And so the idea is to continue making money in the space, buy more arcade machines so that you can expand that side of the business and go from there. The problem that it has is that the running of the laundromat is a series of timer tasks. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know. I need to... Okay. Sorry, I need to take that previous track off because I really hate that other track when it starts doing the people talking in the background. Freaks me out. Yeah. I mean, friends, if you want to talk about, like, the ways in which video game stresses are imposed, like... I am always happy to talk about it. But like I said, less than time limits of getting from A to B, or, you know, the old rising lava. The idea that there's a failure condition rushing to meet you. Like, time limits on those kind of, like social or supposedly cozy games creates the fact that you can be wrong. You can be playing the game wrong, and that's where my stress comes from. Oh, Akisa, Watto and welcome. So, I was trying to think of it. Okay, Hard Space Shipbreakers does have a time limit, but doesn't introduce the idea that you can be wrong. It introduces the idea that... Yay! J-Post, you feckin' legend. Thank you for gifting us up to Kisa. Well, one day, friends, one day soon, if everything starts coming together, we will talk about the Great Bezos heist. I'm going to steal money from Jeffrey Bezos. It's going to be impressive. And book! Watto and welcome! Hello, hello. Okay, so Git Ned. The water chip. The water chip is fascinating. Much like the Gek in Fallout 2, that it ends up being a very simple goal that becomes the vehicle for a great story. But that's more of a narrative than a mechanical. Aww. Angels just... They suck at games video... So their own failure state... No. Okay. Aside from those kind of games which add those sort of like experiential time limits, there isn't really a wrong way to play games if you're having fun. Like, a person who, you know what, they're a bit of a knob-end, so I'm not going to name them personally, but... But there was an individual who started doing a dedicated... I believe it was a blog originally, but dedicated to doing pacifist runs of inherently violent video games and seeing how far it could get. And, again, the person's a douche, but what stuck with me was the idea that there is no wrong way to play a game. However you choose to go at it, you fucking can. I really liked that. Oh, no. Okay, firstly, Quasi, Watto and welcome. Second, let me give you a hug. Like, ugh. So, Quasi, over here, we're dealing with some feckin' technical problems, because this doesn't work right now. Okay, so, I got a response. This is broken. The pint glass is broken now. So, fuck me, I guess. Hello, friends. Now, you know what? I love the garages. Just gonna... I'm gonna put on some smooth jams. Because, otherwise
Bits for the void. Bits for the void god.
Yeah, I guess we're going to need to start some new houses today. For those of you who just found us, the Longship's got a whole bunch of weird little feckin' memes, as any corner of the internet does. And in the early days... Alright, story time! For those of you who have only just found us recently, the Longship has been going for quite some time. This coming April, this will have been going for 5 years. And that's 5 years of this being a full-time thing that supports my dumbass. Now... The Longship was born out of the aftermath of my, we'll just say, previous employer. That is a story and a time unto itself. But I found myself...
The best chaos is the chaos you can't see until it's too late.
I don't know. The best chaos is the slow roll down the hill. You need to know it's coming. Like, you need... The giant steel ball... from Fight Club is the best kind of chaos. You see the start, you see the end, and you get to enjoy as it's going through. Sorry, I think about this a lot. Okay, story time. So, after my previous job imploded, I found myself in a really shitty situation. I was doing battle with the Social Security office to be granted the ability to pay taxes in the US. I'm not even joking. And I was in a situation where I couldn't work legally, and due to other situations that had exploded at the same time, which were my fault, my professional life exploded, not my fault. My personal life exploded, entirely my fault. Those things coming together. Good friend and long-time Longshipian supporter, Ket, let me stay on his sofa while I tried to sort my feckin' life out. He was working full-time during the day, so at the behest of Thor from Go Pirate Software, I continued streaming. Ket let me use his PC during the day, and that's how the Longship came into being. But what happened was, for a long time, we couldn't turn on the affiliate stuff here on Twitch. So we couldn't do subs or bits or any of that nonsense. And... when we did, oh boy, everything became a lot. God. The first day that we got subs on, I agreed to do an XCOM campaign for every person who subscribed. I was expecting between, 30 and 40, maybe 50 people. We had, 210 subs in the first day. Me and Caffeine spent 10 and a bit hours making every person in XCOM. Yeah, Mega Boss, I was very wrong in real time. But from there, the houses started to emerge. So currently, the Longship has 4 houses. 4 groups of which people are allowed to jump between or assign to themselves as they wish. Thank you, Quasi. Actually, Favor 6, that was not one of the people from that. Though Mike Cox did become a pivotal person in that campaign. We'll do another either XCOM or... Apparently there's a Long War style mod for Phoenix Point, which should add more characters, which would be real cool, but that's another story. Anyway. The first house that popped up was House Carl. That is, Carl after the Hunters. And they just started screaming, "Hunt the Unsubbed." So people would stick their face into the Longship during that first sub, and then House Carl would just let fly with arrows. Then they started hunting other accounts like, what was it, Innocent Baby Fawn or something, Bob Ross, the whole of Sega, Baby Antelope, thank you, Caffeine. And that was the first of the houses born. Then we got the pint glass set up. And that was when order and chaos were kind of brought into being. Because usually, when this thing is fucking working... Scream at it. Any of the bits that you lot throw in just all stack up there. It's a cute little fun thing to have in the side. However, the Longship being the Longship, half the team started using it like those... I don't know if you've seen them in people's houses where they take coloured sand and they create beautiful patterns in a jar. Half the Longship saw that as their true calling. Feckin' great, right? Nothing wrong with that. But then House Chaos was born. Because House Chaos looked upon these beautiful sand paintings and went, "Not on my fucking watch!" Because the way this works is that the larger the bit,
Stop that incessant clicking.
Bananaman! Favor 6, you feckin' terror. But still, thank you. House Chaos saw this and went, "Not on my watch." Because again, the bigger the single bit, the more impact it has. Because this has like a whole physics weight system to it. Like, yo, if you've been there on a... I'm not going to say it. If you've been there on a Forbidden Snack Day, you've probably seen these go up into the fecking stratosphere. And so the battle between House Order and House Chaos was born. Kind of locked in this never-ending cycle. One team quietly trying to build the prettiest pattern they can, the other seeking to just shake that glass right up. And then we have House Valkyrie, the raid defense team, and those that greet newcomers. Again, these were just like little things that kind of popped up over the time. And as Caffeine demonstrates, we do have the little the house logos. And here's the thing. All of it goes to keeping this whole thing upright. Like, you know, the fact that I'm able to do this full time is primarily because of bits. Like, subs are great, but bits and donations rock face. And thanks to that, like, here we are 4 years later, actually fucking doing it for realsies. Well, still doing it for realsies. So, that's why I get so stressed when all of the things that, you know, all the things that reflect what you lot do to keep us going don't work. I want to start, like, smashing shit with a baseball bat because it's a small thing, but it's an acknowledgement and a respect of what you lot do. And I know that seems dumb, like, but it's just a little widget on a little stream. But it matters to us. And it matters to me that you'll know how fucking cool you are and how grateful I am. Alright. Now my stress levels are coming down. Now I'm calming down. So yeah, there we go. Story time indeed. Oh, and Angel, it's lovely to have you with us. Like, I fucking love doing this. And I'm pretty sure I tell you that all on the daily, but I've always loved talking about games. Love talking about games. And the fact that you lot not only let me talk about them, but encourage. Jesus. Favor 6, that joke's old enough to drink. The irony, of course, being that joke wouldn't drink Boddingtons, because Boddingtons tastes like, I don't know, like an ice cream float if you replaced the root beer with human urine. And Dustin, I can see that. That would be a good one. Okay, Quasi's up to something. What are you up to? What are you up to, Quasi? Anyway, like I said, I love talking about video games, and I've been able to achieve one of my personal goals, which is to be the thing I wish I'd had when I was working video games. Especially in the run-up to events like GDC and stuff like that, when it's all emails all the time. And I really wanted to just have something on that I could either, like, tap away at when I needed, like, keep my brain engaged, or something I could just have on ambiently that talked about games in a way that I like. You know, I was sick of hearing some jumped-up teenager being like,
Oh, this game's shit. Oh, it's so bad. Why don't they just add co-op?
no, child, no. Sorry, that was just one that procced because, as I said, I'm still working to try and finish The Last Stand Aftermath, which is like a zombie roguelike. You know what, I'll give you the link. Like, it was the standalone sequel to an old Flash game. And I was checking the Steam forums on it, and every other post is, add co-op, we want co-op, when's co-op coming? As if you just go in and just push a button. Yeah, Bryce, you're right, just add X. Just put the make MMO button, just switch that on in Unity. Someone did like a little pun thing on Twitter and TikTok and stuff that was, it's like open game in Unreal, add successful shooter.
Online. All systems nominal.
And to Sean Clapper, Watto and welcome, and thank you for the sub, friend. Oh yeah, no, Faber6, you're right. The add MMO button in Unity is real. I do love how... Alright, Quasi's on some doubling stuff and I'm scared. I'm scared, Quasi. I know fear. Oh, hey, well, Sean, feckin' thank you. Ah, I see you two have the tag. Okay, I feckin' love this. So Twitch has a little feature which is like a game development tag. So I can click that, and then I can then see that Sean's made a game on Steam that came out last Christmas called Jigsaw Puzzle Dreams. That looks really feckin' relaxing. Let me just wish this that so I can. Oh no, I can add the free bit. A slow but inevitable ball of chaos. So Sean, lovely to make your acquaintance. If we haven't met before, my name's Will. I worked in the games industry for 10 years, and now I do this. By the looks of things, your titles are doing fine, but yo, if I can ever help, just let me know. Your game has online co-op, so I see that you too pushed the add co-op button. So easy. But yeah, no, that sounds fucking lovely. So friends, here's the link to Sean's game. Wait, did I just post that? No, I posted Last Stand Aftermath. Alright, there we go. Design a cozy little... No, I did! Alright, I'm losing my loopy mind. Anyway, Sean, lovely to make your acquaintance.
Rolling.
Quasi, you're scaring me. Quasi, you're scaring me. This is because of what I said about the feckin' rolling ball, isn't it? Fuck. Feckin' yo. Well, so Sean, okay, sorry, jumping back. That would be an interesting, yeah, that would be an interesting mental challenge. To try and work out why it is that some of those... excuse me. Oh, cheeky T-burps. Those quick turnaround, like simple puzzle games end up doing gangbusters, but it's creating something more complex in the space doesn't tend to translate. Like, I'd need to do a proper deep dive, but yeah. Hey, I mean, Sean, I love talking about this stuff. I mean, my last games industry role was I was a communications director of a studio down in New Zealand. So when it comes to like sales, marketing, community, that whole shit, it's
downhill.
Quasi, what's happening here? But Sean, welcome to our little corner of the internet. If ever there's anything I can help with, like, yeah, let me know. So J. Chris was saying, so they have a question. Are card draw games like Hand of Fate or Choose Your Own Adventure games viable in the PC world versus the mobile space? Well, both deck building and like traditional CCG games work very well on mobile, as you're well aware. I mean, I know it's a hyperbole example, but like both Slay the Spire and like Hearthstone and Gwent and stuff like that, like, they make the majority of their money not on PC or a console, but on mobile. Choose your own adventure games or games like Hand of Fate sadly don't have a good time on mobile because they don't have enough longevity. It wouldn't be impossible to create something like that. But for something like a Hand of Fate game, what you'd need to do is make a very, very robust system with a crap load of cards to work in that, and then release like challenges and missions and things over time. Like, you'd need to find a way to make a shit ton of content cheaply and quickly to bulk it out. Hand of Fate is a great game, wonderfully paced, but yeah, you'd need to have almost more of like a mobily free-to-play pipeline for content. Now, jumping back. So, friends, what Sean's talking about is this whole jigsaw sphere of games on Steam. Sean was saying that when their first game released, right away we got 3 negative reviews.
Towards.
Quasi, you're scaring me here. Quasi, I know fear. Because like, this is the thing. Eventually, Quasi has to stop, but I don't know at what point, and I am nervous. Oh no, and Sean, sorry, jumping back. It's not bitching by any means. The deconstruction, especially of these small spheres of like games industry pockets, like puzzle games, is something that's absolutely worth looking at. And Fred, Watto and welcome. So it's weird that like the people just spamming out jigsaw puzzle type games on Steam are part of a self-contained entity where they boost themselves up and push other products down. So the goal is essentially to create the quickest, cheapest product and give it enough lift so that it gets picked up by the algorithm and keep other competitor products down. It's sinister. Quasi, I know fear. I don't know where this is going to go, but I am afraid. You have done well. Mr. Squarepeg, Watto and welcome. We've been having some technical problems, so the pint glass isn't working, and there's a possibility that bit alerts and stuff will stack it. I told the Longship not to throw bits today. Quasi has taken this as a personal threat, and everything is happening. How are you? And I do have a really interesting game to show you all. But Sean Clapper just found us, and they are a developer who works in puzzle games.
Will.
I know fear. Sorry, Quasi, whatever this ends up being, you have already thrown in so much. So thank you. And I hope I do enough to be fucking worth it. Before I get steamrolled by Quasi, Bryce was saying for choose your own adventure games on mobile, you end up with the big money makers and things like episodes. Yes. For those, you need to have a hook or a topic or something. So you can't have a through line with characters. You need to have a through line with thematics, something like fashion or specific kinds of relationships and stuff like that. But it is doable. I believe there was one platform that was letting people sell their own, choose your own, like, dating stories inside a contained platform. Shit. I hate that I've forgotten it now, because there was a great write-up about how a lot of queer writers were using that space to actually make a living, just quietly, out of the purview of the rest of, like, video games and nerdery, which I thought was fascinating. But yeah, so Sean, I'll definitely have a look at your title and see if there's anything I can see that would be an obvious, like, easy slam dunk. Again, your product seems high quality, and it might just be a problem with, like, eyeballs more than anything else. Quasi's now adding sound effects to mess with me. I'm genuinely nervous. Wallosaurus, how are you doing? It's a pity that they are lizard people, but that's what marketing's for. As someone who walks the realm of the lizard folk, how are you doing, friend? And I hope you're doing good. An advert for a senior community manager at CA popped up on my feed the other day. And I will admit, there was a part of me, just for the japes, that was real tempted to put my name in the hat. But I'm still in Seattle and I'm still doing good, so it would be just for the ridiculousness. So Sean, jumping back. I know what you mean. Sean was saying that sometimes being good to the customer hurts exposure, where others produce content very quickly and very cheaply. Producing high quality content in that space can be harder. So, I guess the thing is, you're in this strange point, because most of your audience isn't very games literate. So you need to either find something that gets you into, like, the core gaming spaces, or find a way to reach people outside of Steam's platform directly. I mean, I don't know how much budget you have. I'm used to working with low-cost, no-cost operations. I don't... Unless it involves a shit ton of work outside of Stream, I don't charge for consultancy stuff, so... Oh! Fucking hell! Quasi! Fucking hell, Quasi. Fuck me running. That is over $80 in a rolling ball of chaos. Blade Nora. Quasi. Seriously, thank you kindly, friend. Fucking yo. Wallosaurus says, I'm not only mere deepkin, but I'm adorable to boot. Fuck yeah. And yeah, you're right, I should interview for that creative assembly job for the lols. Just test out to see who's there. But the thing is, it wouldn't be funny if no one knew who I was. It would just be a bit sad. It would be a little bit Alan Partridge. You know, hi, yeah, I don't know anyone here. Oh, lol. Oh. I'd keep nudging people and being like, hey, recognize me? Be like, mate, we aren't even working here a year. We have no idea. Knowing me, knowing you, aha! Oh. Just say Rally Point. Well, Rally Point's now like a dev diary thing. It's so different. Okay, sorry. So, friends, myself and Wallosaurus both worked at the Creative Assembly at the same time. I believe Wallosaurus is still there, but I don't want to assume because ever since 2020, life comes at you fucking fast. And the fact that Wallosaurus didn't beat me to death with a chair, having to listen to me film Rally Point right next to his desk, is a sign of both their patience and their loveliness as a person. Yeah, Quasi, that was... I'm sorry, I was trying to total how much you just threw in there. That was well over... No! And J. Crips, thank you for gifting us up to Wallosaurus. That's feckin' cool of you. But jumping back to the... Okay, so firstly, Quasi. I guess I'm all over the place right now, so it's probably going to hit like a brick later on. Thank you so fucking much, friend. Like, even with all the problems going on, even being told directly to your face, don't do the thing. You did the thing. Thank you. Like, thank you. I'm hoping when I get some free time, I can actually take those commander decks for a whirl. But I wanted to jump back onto the conversation we were having with Sean. because Wallosaurus was saying that those Steam garbage things are made by an app that makes those games. There was a great experiment done where guys made an app that made apps, uploaded them to app stores, all automated, picking themes randomly off Google. The sheer saturation meant that they actually got a decent income from ads. It's like a meta thing. That could be the case. And because those puzzle games exist outside of the purview of, like, major gaming, like, you really have to be messing the system for Valve to take action. For those of you who don't remember, there was an exploit you could do on Steam where you would set your Steam page to say coming soon, but in the back end you would set it to coming out that week, and just each week you'd move the launch date so it was always hanging out in the coming soon pages. So that could be the case. And Restless Roots, Watto and welcome. Caldera, Watto! Yes, Fred's saying Skynet doesn't want to wipe out humanity. Skynet wants to force humanity to sign up for Evany or NordVPN. So Sean was saying that one of their players only played garbage Jigsaw games, and they said that they were never recommended ours. They were blown away when they found us on Twitter. Yeah. And that's an interesting one, Sean. Because, I mean, I try and stay pretty much on top of titles as best I can, and I wasn't aware of yours either. And this dropped last year. Now, what's interesting is that according to my algorithm, I'm not being recommended this in the puzzle space. So I wonder if it's to do with genres. When I check out your... hang on, friends, let me bring it up so you can see what I'm looking at. So this is Sean's game, Jigsaw Puzzle Dreams. You get to customize your flat and then do jigsaw puzzles on the table. It's nice, it's chill, it's meditative, seems lovely. Now, here's where I think we might be onto something. So I'm having a look. I guess the idea with the title is you buy like DLC customization packs, but you get to make the jigsaws for free. That's fucking cool. You can pick up... Oh, cool. You can do like a bundle for $15. That's rad. Okay, but here's where I started to notice something. Yeah, more like this. So if we check it out, it's not recommending me puzzle games, which are games that I have. It's recommending me Power Wash, Construction Simulator, House Flipper, Ultimate Fishing, etc., even Rec Room. It's recommending me group experiences, similar to like the non-conflict Hasbro's Battleship! Similar to the non-conflict style cooperative games. And I have a look and I realize you've got online co-op listed, and under the genre, you have casual, free-to-play, indie, and simulation. Now, I don't know if puzzle is a genre, but you might need to swap out simulation for puzzle if you can. Because that might be why it's not putting you in front of the right customers. Yeah, I'm with Wallosaurus, like, it looks feckin' gorgeous. Hang on, let me see if I can... Like, this is feckin' cool! Okay, so Sean was saying that those tags are a constant upkeep because users can change them. Okay. This is no mere jigsaw game. But I know that Occupy White Walls had a real struggle with some similar stuff. Because theirs got tagged as like a... Oh, what did theirs get tagged as? Hang on, let me bring it up. It says we want to being able to... Is it Occupy? Yeah, okay, so Occupy... Here we go. Occupy White Walls. Now, this one has done better. But this one had similar problems because that one was... So what's this one tagged as? Yeah, free-to-play, indie, MMO, and simulation. Although Occupy White Walls is currently on the bleeding edge of the AI art argument, so... Oh boy. Yeah, so I'm with Varbles here. I thought that the user tags were different. Oh yeah, so under here we have popular user-defined tags this product. Building, sandbox, simulation, free-to-play, 3D. And then over here, yeah, casual, free-to-play, indie, massively MMO, simulation. Yeah, so Rainier, obviously, I'm not an artist, so I don't want to chime in on the AI art discussion. It is going to have a massive impact on every facet of nerdery, and we're only just starting to feel it. But Occupy White Walls has decided that it's going to be vehemently pro AI art. And it's an interesting stance to take. If you have not heard of Occupy White Walls, it's a free-to-play MMO where you build your own art gallery, and then other users come to your art gallery, look at your art, buy art from you to display in their galleries. So you trade kind of back and forth with everybody. It's feckin' fascinating. And Sean, again, I wonder if it's one of those things that, like, it's either at a certain level you get to change. So let's have a look at, see if you've got... okay, so your user-defined tags are puzzle, online co-op, free-to-play, and simulation. So puzzle's there, but it's not listed in the genre. It's a genre. Now, again, so Sean, this is a new sphere of, like, Steam for me, so I'm working this out at the same time. But, like, hopefully we can talk through the challenges. Because, by the way, I fucking love talking through this. I was having coffee the other morning, and someone sent me a message about how they could do low-cost indie marketing in mobile games, and I was like, shit, I have no idea, but I want to work it out. So yeah, Sean, like, I hope some of this helps. Like I said, the trailer's good, the quality of everything here is spot on. The only thing that made me go, huh, was that it was recommending games like House Flipper and not other puzzle games. So, yeah. I played this game as intended. Yeah, I'll upvote that. This software unlocked puzzling for me. I'm a puzzler now. This person puzzles. So Sean was saying, so as a game dev, you might appreciate this, but I just have to talk about something that is so ridiculous for a Jigsaw game. Alright. I mean, friends, so we do have a game to play today, but it's wonderfully weird. Like, we're in no rush. Sean was saying, so every piece is unique. Like, seriously, from like 100 to 2,000 to 20,000. Oh, so if you do the same image multiple times, the pieces are procedural. That's fascinating. Also, friends, if you hadn't checked out Occupy White Walls, it is very much worth having a look. So Sean made a custom mesh system that draws the jigsaw mesh's diameter. Apparently I can't speak today. Sean made a custom mesh system that draws the jigsaw meshes dynamically. They get merged into larger mesh groups when not moving around to keep draw calls down. Took months to work out. That's feckin' cool. That's feckin' cool. Kind of fascinating. It's the old, you know, work smarter, not harder, right? But annoyingly, those those cheap form jigsaw puzzles, which aren't nearly as good, are banging them out quicker and faster. Make it plastic. Sorry. Do you want some? It's just dried mango. Well, so Sean, here's the thing where it kind of comes into my area of expertise. Because Sean was saying, they figured out with years of coding experience, they're going to make a Jigsaw game. But it turns out churning out garbage is better. It's not better. We just need to work out how you can reach more people. And, I mean, with love and respect, you did launch during the Christmas season, which, for a title that doesn't have a notable IP or weight behind it, that's a bad move. That's a bad move. And it doesn't seem like it's done awfully, but it just isn't competing with the shysters. So how do you hit those kinds of people? Like, I'll have a thought and a ponder on it, because you could go for some very kind of traditional marketing stuff. Reach out to some content creators. Potentially... Okay, how difficult is it for you to create the images that go on the jigsaws? Because that's where you can start doing some glorious nonsense. Like, people like myself, my key art is wholly owned. So I have a high quality image that could be used. Now, I'm not pitching myself. You know, I don't want you to have to... Having a part of the internet where you can talk openly about game dev stuff that isn't like a networking mixer or otherwise is something that I try and cultivate, you know. So they have custom images with workshop support. Okay. Because what you could do is a content creator pack. Maybe do it as free DLC. That's something that Payday 2, God, I had to go hard into their books. Something that Payday 2 has weaponized very well, that they bring in new users or lapsed users by releasing free DLC in a DLC format. Not as a title update, but as a DLC that you actively have to go and get, that gets people then thinking like, oh, okay, maybe I'll pick up this $2, $1 DLC. All right, I'm loving this game. You know what? I will spend money on the $10 DLC. Because like, there's a lot of people I know who would really enjoy that title, and I am going to recommend it to them. Unfortunately, see, the game was released last year. One of the other things that might not be a bad shout is adding it to, is putting it in for awards. I have been a judge for quite a few gaming awards, and the thing is, most people who judge video games are older games industry veterans with families and very busy lives. So something like your title might hit that sweet spot. The problem with it being a free-to-play game is that doesn't play well with things like Keymailer and more traditional outreach. It might not be a bad time to start looking at like a marketing agency if you've got the green. Okay, so Sean was saying that they did better with the multiplayer update. Yeah, that was definitely a banger there. Oh, and like Lost Flowers, Immortal Len. I don't mean to gloss over the AI art discussion. I wanted to focus on Sean's game at the moment because that's something I can help with. AI art is an incredibly complex topic, which we can talk about today, but I just wanted to make sure we've bantered with Sean before we get into generating some nonsense. So Sean was also saying that another thing they found with the free game is that Steam sales are worthless. DLC on sale doesn't show up anywhere. Yeah, you need to get a way to like increase your user base to such a point where they're getting invested through that. I mean, again, the feckin' irony of it is that specialist games like Train Simulator and things like that, they sell a boxed product and then they make all their money off of DLC. So what they do is they put the main game on sale for like $2, and everyone's like, oh shit, this is down from like 15 or 20. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up this $2 game. And then they see that there's like $1,000 worth of DLC, and they're like, well, I'll just buy this one or two I bought it all. Now again, trains are a whole different kettle of monkeys because they have a very, very engaged user base, but you know what I'm saying. I know I'm using a lot of hyperbole examples in this, but hey, I mean, so Bismarck, Paradox does that. Now, Paradox develop a main game and then treat it like a games of service title by releasing regular content updates and DLC. But yeah. So Sean says one of the most difficult things is how to email content creators and or journalists without getting them turned away from Jigsaw. I mean, shit, you need to hit something like rock, paper, shotgun or stuff like that. Like people who, if they do it, they'll actually give it the proper time it deserves. Oh, this is super chill. Look, check it out. I'm not stressing anymore. We're talking about games industry stuff. Feckin' we. So Sean says they try and focus on room customization in the title. Ah, P-balls. Sean was saying that RPS has already reviewed their game, but those reviews are behind a paywall. Piss. God, we got to find something wild to do. Something that would make the press turn around and go, excuse me, where? Oh yeah, and Wallosaurus, you are correct. The Paradox get their fair share of backlash too. Yes. But the development method has staying point. Oh, and Sean, that's really fucking glad to hear. Oh yeah, Caldera, you can absolutely get a link. Let me grab that for you. Yeah, well, J-Crips with Rock Paper Shotgun is that they're supported by donations and subscribers, so they try and create unique content, and sometimes that's the weirder stuff. Usually things that have high quality but low click through. And something like Jigsaw Puzzle Dreams is exactly that kind of thing. I love that your dev team's called That's Nice. That's Nice Games. So yeah. I mean, this is a massive intellectual challenge for me because you've made a great product. So how do we get it in front of more people? So Immortal End, again, like I said, I don't want to hit the AI generation too hard, but the thing about AI generation is that you do have to use like a server farm online somewhere, and they're very expensive to use en masse. That's why it's only like DALL-E Mini and stuff like that that have that you can just use without having to set them up yourself, because they use a lot of computation. And they can get real expensive to run. And the thing is that with a free-to-play title, you're not guaranteed that every person coming in is going to spend money. So you want to limit the amount of cost that your game takes to run. It's one of the reasons why MMOs end up getting shut down, is because server costs end up being more expensive than running the game. So they just have to go chop, 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 chop. Hey, Caldera, then one more happy person. This was the thing I was talking about earlier, about one of the challenges that Sean has, is how do they find people who aren't in the gaming space and who wouldn't know to sift through the worlds of shite of cheap turnaround puzzly games? Oh, and Sean, that's way cool. I tell you what, so Sean, let me have a ponder on this. Because this is a non-standard challenge. Like, you have a title, it's been out what, like, it's been out for 10 months. It's doing okay, but it should be doing better. Okay, so Immortal N. I'm not picking on you. I just think this is a really good thing to talk about when it comes to like overheads and costs in game development. So Immortal N was saying that DALL-E proper costs $15 for every 115 generated images. That seems like a decent price. Okay, but let's say you have 100 people that all generate that $15 and don't buy the game. So with Jigsaw Puzzle Dreams, it's a free-to-play title. Here's the thing. You can go from a paid product to a free-to-play product, but you can never, ever go the other way. Like, oh boy. Oh boy. If you want to see why you cannot fucketh with that, have a look at, what was it called? Was it Airwing? Airmech? Airmech! Oh, poor Airmech. Poor Airmech. Story from another time. Anyway, sorry, get distracted. So, creating something like an AI art generator would mean that you are increasing the amount of money it costs to have the game on people's systems without making cash from them. So, it's not a bad idea. It's just when it comes to the business of it is where it falls in. Yeah, as Sean says, it has to be free to play as people expect it from that type of game. That's true. Now, Sean, what you could have done potentially to succeed in traditional gaming markets is go for a indie price point like $14.99, closer to like the house flippers, and then bring it down to create value and then add things from there. But you know, that might have worked even less. That's just theory discussion at this point, right? Now, Aiden's saying Facebook ads. There might not be a bad shout. However, big caveat. However, we have been doing some streams with the team behind Galahad. Galahad's like a giant robot hero shooter that dropped a couple of months ago, and they found they had a really interesting problem, which is they had a legit product, like a box product, no hidden nonsense or anything like that. They went for an aggressive Facebook marketing campaign, and a large proportion of the individuals in that space thought it was yet another like free-to-play hoax or something that was trying to like rinse them of their cash. And it's like, feck. Yeah, I mean, sure, that could happen. That could happen. I mean, there's enough rainbows on everything that it should keep it from being too redneck, if you will, but you never know. We've all watched the Mythic Quest episode. Our video game is the #1 MMO in the world among white supremacists. Okay. I found out that's based on a true story, and that blew my fecking mind. Yeah, apparently Ubisoft had a very bad time with one of their titles, because while they didn't intend it, it ended up being rampantly successful with white supremacists. God. Rhymes and Moose, it was... Why can't I remember things today? I'm gonna need more coffee. For Honor. That was the one. which makes sense because it had Crusader Knights and Vikings in it. Yeah, brain's gone old. And they had to do a lot of work behind the scenes to root that out. Well, so Sean, I do understand. Like, putting a lot of heart and effort into something in a space that's usually rampant with trash, that you've actually made a good product in that space. And it's not currently making as much money as it should be. The good news is that with a project like this, you can see success. It's just, like, how much of a budget do you have to work with, or is it just your time? Because, I mean, Caldera makes a good point. Like, a fucking... Again, sorry for a hyperbole example, but a Game Grumps episode, or a feckin', you know, a core Let's Player may work because of the multiplayer experience. So, that's an angle that you could very much go for. But that costs money. Or you need the connections. Thing is, I'm not massive. I'm not a personality. I'm not an influencer. I'm lucky enough to have this little squad. Like, you saw people like Quasi and the Jarl Infinitus Fire Straker and loads of people keep this place going. But I'm not a person with a huge audience. God, I would love to be able to wave my arm and have my friends do well. So how do you offer to people to play your game for money? Where are the contracts at? Going to an influencer or PR agency is the most straightforward with the least amount of back and forth. It will cost you. Usually you can approach people, and if they're huge, so outfits that are big full-time operations will have prices. So you can say, hey, media company, I'm really interested in having a couple of your content creators play my game co-op. Can you give me a rough estimate? They'll give you a quote. You can go from there. I don't know the current cost of doing business because it's been so long since I've been on your side of things. So that is viable. Again, so Sean, I hope this isn't the last time we talk about this, because I'm not batting for 1,000 up here today, but this is one of those things where I'm going to be like lying on the couch tomorrow and I'll be like, aha! Eureka! I've got it! I genuinely like thinking through these problems, and if it helps you, then fucking brilliant, right? Hey, Sean, do not apologize. I love doing this, and I'm lucky enough that these lovely Mother Hubbards put up with me talking about this stuff. After we did, what was it, PAX earlier in the year, I've been doing some days, maybe like once a month, where I just kind of set up my little booth in the internet, and I'm like, hey, anything that I can help with in the games industry, just come and ask me. Why I'm here, y'all? And sometimes, Sean, as you well know, you don't need someone to tell you how to find the magic bullet. Sometimes you just need a person who understands, that can basically be like the game dev equivalent of a rubber duck, you know what I mean? Wait, are we all familiar with the rubber duck method? Just in case anyone isn't, the rubber duck method is a method of problem solving when coding, where you take a rubber duck, or like a little cuddly creature. The rubber duck is traditional, and what you do is you're having a problem with your code, and you explain it to your little rubber duck, and the process of talking it through gets a level of clarity on it that allows you to solve the problem. And this works in game dev as well. The problem is that things like marketing and sales and community, they aren't as solid as programming. They're much more organic, much more fluid. You know, I often describe it as being more shamanistic, more like charting the waves. And so at that point, you know, having another sailor that you can talk to. Because the thing is, everybody wants to help. It's just finding people who know enough to be able to advise. And because these lovely Mother Hubbards of the Longship keep me alive, I can do it without, you know, without having to charge people. I have done some paid consultancy stuff throughout the year, and I mean, we'll continue to do as needed. Aww. Sean, that's real cool of you. That's real cool of you. Sorry, Sean was saying that they give free DLC keys to people that stream the game. Feck yeah. Oh, you know what? I will add you on Twitter just in case I find a way to... in case I think of something in the wee hours, you know? Woohoo! And now we are friends. It has been decided. Oh, and you know Cody! There we go, it's all coming together. Hey, Mega Boss, sleep well. Have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Wallosaurus was like, I'd stream it. Have a reach of 0. There you go. See, Wallosaurus, this is your calling. This is your time. It's time to be a games industry personality. You're gonna be Rami 2.0. It's happening. The decision has been made. Sorry, Wallosaurus, the games industry has spoken. See, the thing is, Wallosaurus, I don't know enough about, like, technical art to make a joke about what you could say. It's like your first stream, you're like, Blender peaked at, like, version 3 or something, and then you get cancelled for it. That's what I see happening. Oh, I'm sorry, Wallosaurus. Aiden has already called the title of Rami 2.0. It's a good thing to work for. So Wallosaurus, it was yourself that used to do like the month of monster designs, because I was always feckin' impressed with those. Sorry, friends. Wallosaurus, as I said, we worked together at the Creative Assembly. They are an exceptional feckin' artist, and I still don't know why you put up with me. Like, I'm a disaster. It's well documented. Oh. Okie dokie, folks. So, I do have an interesting game that I want to show you. I've been saving this one for a while. The game we're playing today is called Californium. And it is a very dimension warping Philip K. Dick-esque kind of like adventure detective game. If it's trash, then I have a bunch of other cool games to show you. But this one had such a wonderful art style. Again, much like with Paradise Killer, and again, this came before Paradise Killer. It uses like static billboards for the characters of like high quality illustration, and then 3D visuals for the overworld. But this one's fascinating because the characters have a very kind of clear, well-defined like film noir sort of style, but the world is ridiculous. It's so over accented as to be almost a parody, almost a cartoon, as opposed to Paradise Killer, which went with that like neon soaked vaporwave environment with a touch of realism, and the characters were over the top. So this is one I really wanted to show you on. Hopefully I don't get too absorbed into it. Oh, sorry, and jumping back. Sean was saying that looking at their numbers, 10 to 30 concurrents a day, free with DLC, make around 400 to 600 gross per month. Yeah, so essentially, if we were just being business wankers, you have like the Mobley game problem, which is you have a great product, but you don't have enough of an install base. Oh, so Lord Traden, Disco Elysium's like the interpretive art and then a 3D world that kind of brings it together. But because of its isometric nature, they can be a bit more fast and loose with the environment art, because you always know who you are and where you are. This is... Okay, here I am. I'm talking about this game. Let me fucking show you this game. Okay. Just update the game here on Steam. And again, so Sean, anybody, if you want to keep chatting about game sales and making video games do the thing, I'm feckin' down for it. I love talking about this stuff. Let's be honest, like, the video games are just a vehicle. There we go. So, friends, the link that Wallosaurus just dropped in chat is Chris's illustration work. And, yeah, there be monsters. I'm just glad someone else can see Bambi's mum for the true monster they are. Aw, and Lord Traden, that's feckin' cool. But what I will say, friends, is one thing that we can do is that if you know anybody that would genuinely enjoy just a good quality jigsaw puzzle game, like, send them the link. Like, Sean's put a lot of time and a lot of effort into it, and it's a free title. Like, feckin' yo. Oh, Aiden was saying in other news they just finished their first 3D map. Nice. Oh, what engine are you using? Yeah, J Crips, I saw you on that. I also saw what Sean was saying. There's like 10 hours worth of music in game with like little albums and stuff you can move around. Like, feckin' yo. That's real feckin' cool. And yeah, and J Crips was saying like the music is real good. It's feckin' rad. Okie dokie Lokis. So, the game's updated. Let me show you this. Oh, Sean keeps thinking of Jurassic Park with this game. Spared no expense. Hey, look. Jurassic Park keeps making money. People got eaten, and they still opened 2 more parks. Like... Sorry. Some friends have done some, like, video breakdowns of this, and the world in which Jurassic Park exists is fucking mind-boggling. Like, a Tyrannosaurus Rex was released in downtown San Francisco, killed a fuckload of people, and was finally like tranquilized and sent back. The fact that it wasn't like gunned down in the streets means that they must have been livid, and yet they still opened multiple more Jurassic Park parks, and people still went. I just can't stop thinking about the guy running away from the pterodactyls with 2 of the big margaritas in his hands. Like, Lord Traden was saying, like, by now, like, the breakouts are part of the draw of Jurassic Park. And I'm like, you know what? Fucking Prolly. That's why he doesn't want to give up his bevies. He's going to find a little place where he can sit and just, you know, watch people get fucking eaten. I guess. Sorry. Caffeine was like, considering how much those probably cost, Yeah, those probably cost like Disneyland prices. So I'm thinking about my summer holidays. We could go to Universal Studios, Florida, and we could go to Disneyland, Orlando, or we could go to an island of fucking murder lizards. Shadows was saying, you know, hey, blood sports were a thing once. They were. But there wasn't a line of people paying to be gladiators. There wasn't anybody with, like, a novelty-sized giant cocktail glass charging at the lions. Sexy murder lizards. Sorry, my apologies. Oh. Sean was saying they're only really a fan of the first Jurassic Park, and that's understandable. I find the other films to be inspiring. The second film, because it perfectly captures that kind of, like, that vehicle squad, Mad Max on bikes kind of vibe. And the other films inspire me because some of them are so fucking bad. Jurassic Park 3 showed me that you can have the best actors, and you can have the best setting, and you can still biff it. Wallosaurus, you're right. Second Jurassic Park is cool. After that, it slides. And if it wasn't for the gymnastics scene, I think 2 would be up there with one of my favorites. Fearless, well, I didn't. I do now. When I said sexy murder lizards, did I mean XCOM's snake girlfriend? I didn't, but I do now. Chimera Squad made us feel a lot of things that none of us were ready for. Jurassic Park 3. Boots on the ground. Run, 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 run. Credits. The end. Oh, way cool. I mean, Aiden, I'd be really interested to hear how your experiences are working with UE5, because I've been kind of fawning over that engine a little bit this year, but I've not had hands-on. I haven't even downloaded it yet, so... Wallosaurus with surprise feels are the best feels. Not when there is a sexy snake lady involved, because you have to unpack a lot of things very quickly. I keep saying we're going to play this game. We are going to play this game. Totally going to play this game. Okie dokie. Let's, you know what? We pause the tunes. And let's at least get the title booted. Hey, Wallosaurus, I will let you know if lines are crossed. People... you did... It did that thing where it didn't ask me which screen to launch it on, and now it's in the wrong screen. I will fight you! We might just end up just chatting all day today, friends, so I don't have to do battle with technical problems. But it is not blowing my ears out the back of my head, so I'm very grateful for that. Shall give my controller a rest for a day or so. Poor thing's only been going for like 10 months. To the superhero necromancer, hello and welcome. It is a lovely pace. Wallosaurus was saying UE5 is cool. Have you been sorry, I don't know how much you're allowed to say, but if you've been working it, then that's feckin' cool. So we want English voices, English subtitles. Alright. Oh, just strictly at home for hobby stuff. Okay. And Wallosaurus was saying the setup at home is very old, so they can't play all the new things. I was very lucky because the lovely individuals who built the rig I use for streaming very future-proofed it. So it's been doing well. Anyway, so friends, without further ado, it is my esteemed pleasure to introduce to you all Californium. And when it comes to games that are arty, this is definitely one that gave me that vibe from what I saw. So I'm very much looking forward to sharing this with you all. Oh, Wallosaurus only has a 1080. New geometry stuff needs a lot of VRAM. That makes sense. It's gonna make me write poetry. I actually have to type it as well. I was elected to lead, not to read! It does need that typewriter noise. I also reserve the right to not read out this fecking terrible skibbity bop dop dooba dop. I'm trying to write awkward poetry! Leave me alone! Go ahead. I'm so sorry, friends. All work and no play. Alright, well, Aiden, sleep well. Lovely chatting with you. It's definitely more song than anything else. And it's time to do the first thing I do in every game, which is go hard on all of the details. Late payment charge, funky glasses. So, Freak Out, the magazine of the unexpected. Yeah, the colour choice is very, very stark. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Through the Fragmentation. And it's got that strong vibe where you can't tell if something is like untextured or if it's just a very specific choice. Oh, so Sean, I haven't played this before. I've been saving it to play it with everybody on stream. Thea Winter clothes. Now, is Thea Winter a season or a person? Freak out! We don't have jump. Okay. So we've got run, move, and the ilk, but we don't have jump. Okay. So J. Griffiths was saying it's ugly. It's got this kind of, I don't know. This place smells like the person who moved in before us was a smoker and it never quite aired. This place looks like it's humid no matter what time of season. Like, our character has absolutely neglected the hot shit out of this whole place. Superhero Necromancer. The color scheme's making me think. Tomato. Wanna have a look at the telly? So Resta says this looks like the 70s, but I'm not old enough to know why. I know what you mean. That's probably Rounded Appliances, the lamp and weird coffee table combo, the telly. It's got that kind of vibe to it, certain. This little breakfast screen. I mean, hey, as one-bed studios go, this isn't awful. Oh. Elvin. For years now, ever since we lost our little Alice, I've shared my life with strangers, consumed by grief. Where did your dreams go? What happened to the Elvin Green who wanted to offer his wonderful stories to the world? I'm leaving to escape the madness that is slowly killing you before it destroys me too. I'm leaving so that I can fight my own battles. I would have loved to have you at my side. Good luck, Elvin. Signed, T. And Handlebar, Watto and welcome. Oh, okay. Bacon's saying that it's the seafoam green that's really giving it that 70s vibe. Yeah, well, I guess in the UK, for us, like, the 70s was primarily a beige era.
Hello, you've reached 415-612-1928. Leave a message after the tone.
Hey, buddy, it's Don.
Fucking Don.
I've been trying to reach you for 2 weeks now. I'm still waiting on your copy for the radio ads. The campaign launches at the end of the month, and the clients want me to fire you to get your ass over to Weird Worlds on the double.
Okay. I don't know if you've noticed, our character keeps having like a little like stress-induced headache every beat. And yes, we are a copywriter. Oh no, we're having a bad time. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh god, it's fine. Just gonna be tactically sick for a little bit. Okay, we're good. Interesting. This seems fine.
It looks like it's the end of the line for you, Mr. Green. Incurable writer's block. A brain corroded by mind-bending drugs and dime store alcohol. The woman of your dreams and your little girl, no more than distant memories. Who'd want to live such a nightmare?
Well, fuck you too, television. That's just fucking rude. Sean was saying it reminds them when they're setting up textures and they try something and like, oh, that's cool, and then backtrack. Yeah. It's got that same vibe of the gentleman that does the voice of the Stanley Parable, but I don't know. Oh. Okay. Ah, so now we're getting into kind of the mind-bending elements. Apparently drugs are good, according to this video game. Or time drugs, those are also viable. Yo, what? Feckin' wet! Alright, so we've got to find the weird little icons to kind of unfurl places. So now we have this whole back room that we didn't have before. Drugs, drugs, drugs. Which are good, which are bad. Doing coke, doing coke. Who smokes the bloods? We smoke the bloods. Once again, great advice from Jay and Silent Bob. Oh, I actually met a gentleman that got to go to the screening of... Oh, alright, and there's 3 more to find. Very clever. A gentleman who got to go to the screening of the new Clerks film. And actually, Longshipian friendo and genuine legend, Megaran, who's been on the show a bunch of times and is a fucking cool person. He's actually on the soundtrack for it. Like, no joke. Alright. We're going to need some more drugs. I mean, okay, I already appreciate so much of what this game is doing. We've been given a nice little bit of information, and we've been given the time to sit in this person's world, this person's space. Before we step foot outside of this environment and meet other people, it's letting us kind of soak in. I wouldn't say the ambience, because I think that implies that this person is having a good time. But it is certainly very counter to our experience from yesterday. Let's say that. Oh, sorry, because I guess, Sean, you and a few people didn't find us till today. But yesterday we played this game called Unknown Caller. It was a first-person talker instead of a first-person shooter. And the interesting thing about it was meant to be like a voice-activated, voice command thing. Oh! We don't have to be up close to it to affect it. Fascinating. Greetings to you, Mr. Lincoln. Where's your hat? Barely even dressed. So if we can look at them from a distance, the right distance, we can proc it. There we go. But yeah, the game we played yesterday was interesting, but it was very, very aggressive with how it was telling its story at us. And that definitely left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. Also, when I was asked to give up my loved ones, I said no, and I'll sell you lot down the road for a packet of skips. The game crashed when I threatened. Sorry, knickknacks. I threatened to sell out the elite secret agency for knickknacks.
Congratulations, Mr. Green. It looks like you can achieve something after all. How touching. But this is just the first step.
It's funny you said touching.
Writing is a solitary vice. Are you ready to face the outside world?
How about no? Whoa! Yeah, stupid smug TV giving me shit. Getting heckled by my own telly. What I will say, friends, is that due to an inordinate amount of coffee, I do need to nip to the loo. So before we careen on with this game, I'm going to go for a pee. I'll be back in just a sec. Please don't go anywhere. I think, at least from what little we've experienced, this game's going to be very good. Oh, and Angel, thank you. All of the lurks are very appreciated because it makes the numbers go up, and that is all that Mr. Twitch.television cares about. But yeah, I will be back with you all in just a second, friends. I leave you in this Art Deco adventure. Oh, it's not really Art Deco. Sorry, I'm speaking complete dingleberry words. I'll be back in a sec. Thank you all for waiting. How goes, you lovely Mother Hubbards? Calcium Bonio, if you could just hold on to my hoodie there, that'd be great. Hey! And I finally returned, Stooge. Thank you for the raid. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello, hello. If you haven't seen... it's absolutely no worry. This is my new buddy, Lord Calcium Bonio. Hey!
Holy friendios.
Andorf, Feck and Yo. Thank you for 22 months at a tier 2, no less. Feck and thank you. How goes it? So Lord Trident's been trying to find out which... so who was doing the voices on this one? So it doesn't seem it was very well documented. It could have been that this game didn't sell gangbusters. So it might be that they didn't feel the need to put it down. Hope you all like flat cars.
There you are, Green. Not only do you owe me 5 months' rent, you don't even bother to answer my letters anymore. I can barely get by on my small pension. I have no choice but to evict you. Oh, you look like a bum. Get off the drugs and find a real job, Green.
And a lovely morning to you too. So jumping back into chat. So Handlebar says they're struggling to find solutions for the scrolling texture of their shader graph. I saw that Occult Game Dev had a few suggestions. Oh, so to Sean and peeps who have just joined us, we have a game dev section in the Longship Discord for helping people back and forth. So Stooge was saying they played a long round of Icarus. I know Icarus well. So he changes. New bugs introduced and it crashed 5 times. Ugh. Kestrel, you're right. It's probably Matt Mercer. We'll assume it's Matt Mercer until told otherwise. Also, Stooge and Kestrel. So Sean Clapper, who joined us today, we were chatting, like, there was so much wafflemancy today because Sean's made something very interesting that isn't doing as well as Sean was hoping. So, the game is called Jigsaw Puzzle Dreams, and Kestrel, I know you're gonna love this. So, you both design your own cute little flat, and you make puzzles with friends inside the flat. That's the game. It's free to play, and I believe the DLC is either more puzzles or more ways to decorate your house. And so we were chatting today earlier because Sean's coming up against the problem of the cheap, down and dirty, low quality puzzle games are doing better, whereas Sean's trying to go for something that's like a higher quality thing you can do with people. So Oh, so Shadows, it's more a joke when, it used to be the, it wasn't Troy Baker, it was the other guy. Oh. Hold that thought. Okay, so we need to find 5 more of the little icons to change the world.
Actually, I don't even know if I'm on the air right now. So cool, man. Okay, so there's this new dope in town, straight from Mexico. Bring us a sample of Crystal 8 and we'll try it out live. I gotta tell you about my trip to the Red Planet. It was nighttime in the Celestial Dome, my friends. Fuck! We are really nothing, and we are totally alone. Totally alone in this huge void.
Okay, no more drugs for that person. Oh yeah, so Lord Traden, I'd be more than happy to visit the credits page. Hang on, I'm going to see if the control pad will work with this, because I'm having the problem where the mouse is coming outside of the game. So let's see if we can make it play nice. But yeah, so casual. It does look interesting, and it looks like a genuine, chill, wholesome game. But yeah, we were talking with Sean this morning to try and think of like why it's not selling as well as it should. I don't have any grand ideas, but okay, there we go. There we go. So how many have we got to find? We've got 4 more to find. See if there's any other characters that want to yell at us.
Tell your lady friend I said hello. If my husband were still with us, he'd kick you out on the spot.
Wow, you just have multiple mean things to say to me.
Tell your lady friend I said hello. She's a brave woman putting up with someone like you.
So the only reason I didn't want to use the controller is, unfortunately, I've got another bout of controller drift on this one, which is... Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, sorry. That caught me completely off guard. So what stops us going out of bounds is this effect. Check it out. That's feckin'. That's fascinating. So Lord Traden says they think they found out who the narrator's voice is. Paul Bandley. Bandy? I mean, doesn't ring a bell, but feckin' y'all. And the fact that we can explore, like, in and out of the very fabric of time and space that we seem to be changing. But yeah, one of the reasons why I wanted to show you all this game is that a lot of this, as you can clearly see, is untextured. The characters are pure static billboard images, and it does a larger portion of its heavy lifting with VO and like find the thing type puzzles.
Hey man, you going to weird worlds? You write sci-fi? Sure takes imagination. I'll get you to read a short story of mine. It's about this dog and he thinks garbage men are aliens. Maybe you could talk to Don about it? I heard him yelling earlier. He was going berserk, baby. The guy seems like a real hot ass.
Oh yes, because we had to go to Weird World Publishing. They will not be happy with me. Sounds like something's going on in the diner. Okay, and so according to Lord Traden, the person doing the VO was in Styx Master of Shadows and Beyond Two Souls. I mean, most of the people... There's only a handful of voice acting gigs really, like, in the industry proper. Aha, I see you. So you do end up with quite a lot of the same people in the same spaces, and that's fine. I saw you. Now look here, Binman. I saw your icon. But definitely, as my audio, my friends who have worked in video game audio will tell you, is like, when you find a VO person who is professional and gets it done, you just kind of keep them in your wheelhouse, you know? Oh, piss. This one seems almost timed. Yeah, and it does make sense, because this is definitely a French-produced... this game was made in France. I'm trying to catch this fucking bin! Yeah, I see you. I know you're there, bin. God darn it! Alright. We're going back to mouse and keyboard, friends. I'm sorry. I'll have to look into getting another Xbox controller or something. Just let me know if I'm whipping the mouse around a little bit too much, you know? There we go. What I was trying to say is that, yeah, it makes sense. This was a game produced in France, and Quantic Dreams is one of the big employers in the video game space in France. I may not be a fan of David Cage's work, but it employs a lot of people, and quite a few of them do have a little snifter of brilliance in them, you know? I saw you. I think that's all of them.
Well, our illustrious writer has discovered a taste for multiple realities.
Check us out. Let's get yet more drugs. Jazz punk! Fucking yes, it does have that kind of vibe to it. But what was interesting with like jazz punk and Quadrilateral Cowboy, they kept the same visual style for the environments, but for the characters, they went for these like aggressive, oversized meeples. So Lord Traden says, hot take, they actually liked Indigo Prophecy. Hey, it has one of the best openings in video games. It doesn't stick the landing, which with a narrative title is very important. Anyway, it's time to go get yelled at by our boss. At least, sorry, in my humble opinion, Indigo Prophecy peaks very early, and the late game stuff is by no means bad, but it never hits the same weight.
If Mr. Sapner don't open his record store, I'm gonna whip my whistle at Stavros's.
Okay, sorry. Friends, if you're wondering what in the bloody hell we're talking about, so Indigo Prophecy, which was called Fahrenheit, I think in the US, or the other way round, was a heavy narrative title made by early Quantic Dreams, which is David Cage's lot. And it had the best opening, because what happens is you just wake up and you're in a bathroom diner, and it is at least very obvious that you've just murdered someone. You have a knife in your hands, there is blood everywhere. what do you do? And whilst you're faffing around and trying to work stuff out, the game moves to a multi-camera mode where it shows you two cops who have just entered the diner for lunch. And one of them's going to take a shit. What do you do? And the brilliant thing is, it's an incredibly free-form opening that really does make you feel like you could do anything. Yeah, showing the information on the minicams is so good, and it gives you this grounded panic, but it doesn't start a timer, so you've got to work it out of your lonesome. Do you throw away the knife? Do you make a break for it? Do you wash your hands? Do you try and hide the body? Do you try and clean the blood? What do you do? Alright, now it's time to get yelled at by our editor.
Hey, Elvin. Man, you are a sorry sight. I'm still waiting on your first novel. You know, I've always been there for you, but we can't go on like this. I'm through with giving you advances to sit around all day sinking deeper into depression. I'd rather remain good friends and let you find another publisher. Look at me, Mr. Nice Guy, hooking you up with advertising gigs, but you can't even write those. The radio ads for the astronaut Patty dolls? Nothing. The ones for Love Lax laxatives? Nada. And me? I have to refund the clients. Sorry, pal. But you're a writer who doesn't write. Too bad. Sci-fi is cool. Like that guy from San Rafael who wrote that novel about the freaks who live on Mars. I didn't get all of it, but the guy tripped me out. That's the kind of stuff I'd like to publish and freak out.
Yeah, Kestrel, do you make a turkey sandwich? Or ham sandwich? Boof! Freedom of choice! Player agency! I'm in your mind! Added mustard! God darn it. Yeah, Lord Traden, there's another one. Do you actually order some food in the diner? We talked about this a lot yesterday about how creating the perception that the user can do anything at any point, that's the power of video games. Do you press X for turkey or for ham? Sup? Bacon looks away for a second and presented with the evil brother of creepy Bob Ross. Or soup. Soup, a tasty soup. Soup, a spicy carrot and coriander. Chili chowder. Crouton, crouton. Crunchy friends in a liquid broth. I am gazpacho. I am a summer soup. Miso! Miso! Fighting in the dojo! Oriental prince in the land of soup. Now, again, one of the reasons why I wanted to show you this game, and it seems to be doing it very well, so I'm glad it's proven my... well, not proving my point, but... this is batting for a lot of emotional and personal weight with something that's mechanically very simplistic. All we have to do, mechanically, is find the thing and click the thing. This is an advanced pixel hunt. But the way it bends and twists the reality, the story we're being told, that's so very grounded, that gives us this feeling of like, no one else in the world seems to be reacting to what we're doing. So are we doing this? Are we seeing this? We know our character drinks too much and takes mad drugs, so like, what are we unfurling here? There's one more left in here. See if we can find it. So Keldra, narratively, our boss has just fired us. We haven't been able to write anything, so our boss is basically saying like, you gotta go, friend. And they hit it in the blinking lamp. Love it.
All this is most stimulating, my friend. You've finally given some meaning to your life. As one of your fellow writers said, man is absurd in what he seeks, great through what he finds.
Huh, that is a good line. Does anyone know who that quote's from?
Maybe you should get some help. I'm gonna...
Give us Barry's number, alright.
The TV's talking to you? Elvin, you're freaking me out. Are you high or what?
And it does sound like Creepy Bob Ross isn't actually a creepy person, that he genuinely wants to help his friend who is...
What are you doing? Did you lose?
Me fucking marbles!
Maybe you should get some... What do you...
Yeah, do TVs not talk to you? Do you just keep them turned off? It's a bit weird, Melvin. It's a bit weird. But what this does is it gives us a great reasoning behind the surrealness of it all. Like, this isn't literally the world, as it is with Paradise Killer. This is how our character is seeing everything, or at least that's how I choose to interpret it. And so it means that this incredibly exaggerated art style really gets a chance to pop.
Namaste, Elvin. Some guy from Narc Squad was grilling me all morning. He wanted to know who was dealing Crystal 8 in the neighborhood. So I said, why, you want some? No, but that racist asshole smacked me in the face. How's Daya doing? She never come by for the albums she ordered. I got a ton of new stuff in. Hendrix, The Who. Let's hope they release a recording from the Monterey Festival. Ravi Shankar blew everyone away. Need to hear that. It's a perfect, exotic, psychedelic music. It opens up your chakras.
So I have far too much chakra as it is, but thank you. Yeah, this has that absolute jazz punk kind of vibe. But it's almost slightly easier to produce because, again, the meeples were still objects that moved around and stuff. These are just flat images. Sorry, jumping back into chat to make sure I didn't miss anything. Sean was asking if I'm online on Steam. Let me check. I am online. So I don't know if it's just Steam not updating in real time. You might get more up-to-date data on your title in the back end than we get on other people's titles external.
Well, hello there, young man. A novelist friend of mine told me a good story. Friends gather for a dinner party. They start by having drinks. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the host has left out a beautiful 7-pound fish ready to bake. Everyone gets a little tipsy, and when the woman goes back to the kitchen to put the fish in the oven, it's gone. Nothing but the family cat licking his chops. Where did the fish go, the guests wonder. Then they have a great idea. Why don't we weigh the cat? They all go to the bathroom and put the cat on the scales. The arrow moves 7 pounds exactly. There. Now we know where the fish went, they say. Everyone's relieved to find this rational explanation for the missing fish.
Okay.
Until one of the guests exclaims, "But where did the cat go?" You could call it Schrodinger's fish, don't you think? Have a good day.
I'm annoyed that you made me sit here and listen to your story, sir. Sir! Oh no, Sean, I'm loving this as well. And this is one of those great examples where I dislike the character and what they have said. Like, stopping you in the street to tell you a boring story that isn't even a pun or a bad joke.
Hey, Elvin! Good to see you again. So, you finished your book?
Oh, you know the
You have to pay your
answer.
tab, right? Poor Stavros is broke. The police are everywhere with that Crystal 8 coming in from Mexico. Gets in the way of business. The clients are too scared to buy dope from Stavros now. Except for 2 local hippies. Some guy from the Narc Squad came by. All in black, like a crow, a tough guy. He was like something from that TV show, The Invaders. He asked about you. What's Elvin writing about? How does Elvin get high? He asked about Thea, too. She communist? She running with the Black Panthers? What does Stavros know? Scata, he never knew there was a communist party in America.
Oh, Calderas, that's a nice name. Restless Root says, who starts a conversation like that? I ask myself of customers all the time. Yeah, anyone who's done time in customer service has probably had those kinds of just terrible jokes enforced upon them. And Stu's making the big question. What did the cat weigh before? Oh, and
sweet old Mrs. Reagan is real mad at you.
Feck off. If you're still vaguely lurking around, Kestrel, thank you again for coming on in. I'll have to tell you all about the Great Bezos heist, Stu. And I hope you had a good time. Alright, I think we just go find the next television in our adventure. Have it your way, Willie's goes double. Hoodstock. I feel like a few of these references might be batting harder than me, you know?
Fuck, man, I sure hope my number don't come up. No way I'm gonna get my skin full of lead and nam for Uncle Sam. That happens, I split for Canada.
Alright, so there's the next telly. Actually, Caldera, we don't know what our character looks like. There hasn't been anything that's cast like a reflection or anything yet, so... Alright, let's see what it says. Oh, sorry. Just wants us to find 5. There's something about the peace and calm. Wait. There's something about the peace and calm of when our character suddenly has to start looking for these like blips in the environment that really gives this scene of like this person is living in a very chaotic time, and whether this is actually dimension ripping or whether this is just like our own drugged out psychoses spilling out, there's a calmness. I feel often in video games we only really talk about like psychoses when it's something incredibly over-accented or negative. Now, I'm not a psychologist, so please don't take any of this as actual like medical deconstruction, but from an artistic standpoint, at least in games, we only tend to show psychosis when it is bad, you know? Like, I mean, Dead Space is a great hyperbole example. You start seeing like jack-in-the-boxes in the corner and monsters that aren't really there. And God, if Cyberpunk could get out of its own way and just delete the term cyberpsychosis, I think it would really do well. Whereas a lot of the time, and again, not a psychologist, but to my understanding, like hallucinatory psychoses and things like that are coping mechanisms. It's not the brain trying to protect itself, not necessarily things bleeding in. Now, obviously, there are conditions that do that, but you know what I'm saying. Andorf was saying that these kind of features are almost like Easter eggs where you just try and find the weird stuff, you get rewarded. Yeah. And J-Crypts, exactly. They're trying to escape their own life. We know our character has, like, crippling... the crippling writer's block. And if writing is your only means of making a living and you can't do that, like, imagine the stress that would put on the person. Combined with alcoholism, or combined with, like, drug taking, a marriage that just failed and lost, and by the sounds of things, a daughter that passed away, like not making rent, like this person is past breaking point. And so they're creating, or maybe they are genuinely moving through these dimensions, but they've created something that makes everything make sense. Now, either like cyber rejection definitely would have been better, or separating things out. Like, sorry, I don't want to go back into the Cyberpunk 2077 thing. The anime has renewed a lot of people's interest in it, and it's kind of like a loop feeding back on itself. Like, there were terms and ideas that came from the tabletop system that were put into Cyberpunk 2077 that don't work in a video game setting, but then those got reflected in the anime, and then that's coming back around in it, just continuously going through. I mean, Sean, that would be very funny if you can put it in. I'll tell you what, so Sean, there's a game called Through the Fragmentation that we played. It's like a short form, kind of like 451 game where everybody is giant birds. Now, it doesn't do the DLC gun delivery thing, but it does a lot of those kind of like humorous elements in a constrained space. Oh, Eeyore, I will agree with you wholeheartedly. Sorry, that sounded like a negative. Cyberpunk 2077 is not a grand masterpiece. It's not one of the great games of our time, but we'll be talking about it for 10 years. Like, it will be deconstructed and deconstructed until we're all blue in the face. And the reason being is that when it messes up in ways that nobody else really has. You know what I mean? Like, when it does things right, it does them so interestingly right. One thing that was really nice is a few outlets have done stories about, like, you know, here's what you should know if you go back to playing like Cyberpunk again. And loads of people just keep saying, like, you have to play the racing story arc. Yes, it looks like a terrible mini-game, but it's an incredible story that has a lot of heart. Now, Red Burning Dragon, Edge Runners does help. And Edge Runners actually makes the dissertation discussion around Cyberpunk more interesting. And this is, again, we're not dismissing the bad stuff around Cyberpunk. We're not dismissing the bits where they've biffed it. Keldra, I'm not hearing a problem. Play it your way. Although the irony being is that the mechanics and systems within Cyberpunk are designed around an RPG, whereas really you don't have any agency over your character. You get some story beat choices, but you can't really define who V is. Like, the only person that has agency in the story is Johnny Silverhand. And when you realise that the game isn't about you, it's about Johnny, that's when the game clicked for me, and I was like, oh shit, this isn't my story, it's his. Yeah, that's when it was the... Wallosaurus was saying they just like the talking car and the samurai swords. They're old. Nah, dude. The great thing about nerd culture that a lot of other like focus interests haven't had is that you don't really get old in video games. Not in the same way that you do for, like, you know, film and television or theatre. Gotcha. You know, distinguished, certainly, but, like, all that was old is new again. You know, there's references to... Oh, God, the one that was the parody of Cyberpunk we always talk about. Because obviously Neuromancer gets referenced a lot, but, God... The lead character's name is Hero Protagonist. Fuck, he delivers pizza. I'm not looking at chat because I want to see if I can remember it, but I'm sure you've already got it by now. Nah, I can't do it. Snow Crash, thank you, Fred. Vanderbeest. Vanderbeest, why you like this? Sorry, Vanderbeest, what are you saying? Would you say that Cyberpunk 27 is his story? Yeah. And Wallosaurus, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to take it. It's because the game we're playing is so good. I'm taking everybody's like comments and getting like into the arty feels of it. But I do also know a lot of friends, especially games industry friends, who feel alienated from a lot of current gaming because they feel like a generational gap, which is kind of interesting. Now, jumping back, so Sean's saying they think about the Half-Life 2 scientist room. Game idea in a VR. If you shoot down, you make fly animation to... Oh, okay. Sean was saying that having the option to sit in a room and listen to people for an hour or kill them. You know what? I would feckin' love that. And it makes me so happy that the game that actually did that was Far Cry 4.
It's your lucky day, Mr. Green. We're offering you a unique opportunity to pass through the looking glass. The ultimate trip into worlds that are waiting only for you. Worlds where reality and desire are one. Worlds where everything is possible, even oblivion. Are you ready to take the plunge into the triangle of earth, fire, and air, Mr. Green? To quote one of your peers, reality is nothing but a point of view.
Alright, whoever's doing the VO on this is just knocking it out of the park. Sorry, actually, Lord Trident found out. Okay, he doesn't want to talk to us. Do you want to talk to us?
Say what? The TV sent you a message? You going cold turkey or what?
Sean says, this is like my going to sleep dream game. Yup. But no, Sean, that would be really interesting. Sean, have you had the chance to play Paratropic? Which is a sort of horror, sort of narrative game. Because it has one of the most fascinating... it has one of the most fascinating additions. Without spoiling the game, you get given a handgun, a revolver, which you load every single bullet into it. And throughout the rest of the game, you never use the gun. It is mechanically the most complex thing that you get hold of. Like, it has a full-on, like, reload and anim and everything. You don't use it.
Green, you pencil pusher. Why are you sticking your nose in other people's business, huh? Looking for Crystal 8, maybe? No one can get their hands on that shit. Want to help us out? Doesn't it bother you that good Americans are fighting for the free world in Vietnam, while you intellectuals are safe at home, getting high around the clock? One of these days, we're gonna clean up California, get rid of all the lefties, hopheads, homos, and blacks. Give it back to true Californians.
I'm so sorry, friends. I'm so sorry. We're going from being peaceful hippie to extreme violence! Patter up, fucko! Alright, Sean, I need you to code me a massive, massive shotgun. Oh boy! We're killing some racists! Okay, Andorf, here's the thing. This guy knows who we are. So he's not just a racist piece of shit. But also, look at... Oh! Alright, let me talk to these people first before we pop stuff off, because I've just seen... No, Sean, I am not a coder by trade. Hang on a second, friends. I'm going to do a quick spin around. I'm not a coder by trade. I started in QA and then moved into community.
Monterey. You missed everything, brother. 3 days of total craziness. Can you imagine thousands of brothers and sisters tripping to the sound of a sitar? Some guys never came down. Otis sang "Try a Little Tenderness." He was dressed like a prince. I definitely spent the night with Jimmy and Otis, like being right between fire and style. You should have seen Jimmy. He fucked his Stratocaster right up on stage and torched it. Oh, Don't you want to light my fire, Alvin?
Satars do sound nice. But yeah, so the reason I point out the fact that he's addressing us directly is because it's not just that, it's not just the guy's being a piece of shit. No. It's that he knows us or knows of us in some capacity, and he's using us essentially as a way to... I don't know. He's using us as a way to, like, vomit forth his nonsense because he's got something on us, which is why he feels safe in that. So jumping back in, Sean says, so they started on the Apple, is that ILGS? When they were 12. Go you. I didn't even know how to tell people how difficult coding is because it's like a normal thing for them. Hey, I mean, that's fucking cool. Oh. Lord Traden. No, unfortunately. Well, okay, we can see into it, but there's no content. An industry friend of mine wrote a series of wonderful articles deconstructing game characters' fridges and what it tells us about them. He did an article about Nathan Drake and the contents of Nathan Drake's fridge, which is legitimately one of the best pieces of deconstructive writing that peeps have done about Uncharted. I don't know why I had to do the dance.
I'll make you forget your fear.
Alright, who's this bloke?
Hey, brother. It's been so long.
Hey, it's Fred!
Wow. You look like a junkie, dude. If you get any of that Crystal A, we're down. It's way better than Stavros' weed. They say it's some kind of chemical junk that hooks right up to a gland in your brain and sends you into a zillion dimensions. Watch out, brother. There's a guy from the narc squad hanging out in the neighborhood. We saw Bea leaving your house this morning in tears. It's her karma, brother. There's other fish in the sea.
Alright, give me 2 seconds, Sean. Let me grab that article. Because, I mean, and to the rest of your lovely selves, it is very much worth watching. Nathan Drake's fridge. Let me see if I can find it. God darn it. Yeah, here we go. Uncharted 4's greatest feat isn't a shootout or a car chase, but Nathan Drake's house. And Sean, it's no worry, friend. It's no worry. I'm a horrendous drinker of my own accord. I'm making new friends today. This is fucking cool. But I know what we gotta do. We gotta go up the ladder and truly unlock the space between worlds. Shit, yeah, that's some Illuminati shit. Well, also, as I'm sure you all know, like, pattern recognition is part of the human condition. So when it comes to people, like, suffering from psychosis, they tend to see patterns, and those tend to be like a justification. Well, not a justification. They tend to be reaffirming in that space. Again, I'm not a psychologist. You'd have to actually get into the weeds on, like hallucinatory psychoses. But yeah, like I said, it's one of the things that I'm still getting steamed about with Cyberpunk is the cyberpsychosis element, because it doesn't make a lick of sense, and It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. One thing that I really liked in Ghost in the Shell was that I mean, book, that is definitely a pattern, or patterns like 800-835. 8 == D. These patterns exist around. I can't even say it with a straight face. But one of the things I really enjoyed about Moriyoshi's focus on parts of Ghost in the Shell was that the people that that go mad and shoot people up and end up committing these kind of cyber crimes, that it's not that they just have some, like, they're loopy crazy. It's like, no, someone got in their head, removed who they were, and installed somebody else. Like, there's nothing of them left. Like, the whole scene where the guy who thinks he's making phone calls for his daughter, who's never had a kid, like, that's the one that always hits me. Whereas the cyberpunk mentality seems to be like, oh, whoopsie doodle, cyber psychoses. Now they just murder people a lot. There's no through line, there's no consistency, and there's no real regard for the personage or the self. And I do think that's one of the weaker points of the anime adaptation, because for them it's like, oh, the more cyberware you install, the faster you'll just go loopy bananas, as opposed to other parts of sci-fi which have talked about the dehumanization, but not that it would come at some kind of like tripped out weirdness. Now, the anime is made by Trigger. Trigger's all about, like, let's just make it as wild as we can. So, like, I'm not dissing. But yeah. Yeah, Lord Traden, looking at the blank photograph was a really strong point. Yeah, and Fearless, you are correct. I mean, with the garbage guy, they deleted certain memories and added others. But the hacker who had the invisible jacket in the Ghost in the Shell film, and like the armor-piercing rounds in an Uzi, like, that guy had nothing going on behind the eyes. Yeah, so Robin, I agree with you. Like, it is supposed to be a statement about what happens when you ship a Theseus yourself. You know, if you replace parts of yourself with weapons, like, at what point do you cease being you? But that's an intellectual discussion. It's not that, well, I swapped out my legs with robo legs. Now I'm crazy, I guess. Vanderby says, can you tab complete this novel? I cannot. I've actually got to write it. Okay. So this is the biography of Abraham motherfucking Lincoln. That's his full name. By Patriot writer Evelyn Green. Don't like the Patriot part. That's boring. Volume 4. Great Abe's Triumph. Oh, so Robin says you get more of the cyberpsychosis stuff in the quest line for the 2077 game. I mean, I don't disagree with you, Robin. The thing that I find is because of the video game mechanics of it, it ends up undermining itself. Because you have the rash of cyberpsychosis, which is happening throughout the city, where people with cool implants are kind of going loopy and killing people. But then you can just install that on anyone. Like, I bought how to make people go cyber loopy, and it's just a thing that I had by the end of the game. I did very little fighting towards the end of that run through, because I'd be me with my cup of tea, and I'd be like, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. Oh, there's a security camera. All right, go have a look in there. Take a little sip of my tea. So I have to kill this person. All right, let's have a look at the targets. Oh, the target is sparring with somebody. Okay. You, and you now have cyberpsychosis. Fight for my entertainment. And I'm in the diner across the road hacking into it, which is fucking cool. But then having the user access something that is a plot point is a massive left-hand, right-hand problem, which I think is consistent throughout it. This is the reason we keep talking about it. Like, yeah. Anyway. Oh, how everyone has been waiting for this morning. That is the morning of July the 5th, 1866. From sunrise, the good people of California or Californium have gathered in their masses along Victory Avenue, an ocean of star-spangled... I want to say star-spangled spanners. Star-spangled banners on this day of national pride. The Republic of California is celebrating the 20th anniversary in the presence of the father of the nation, the great Abraham motherfucking Lincoln. Great Abe in person. A low murmur at first, and then a swelling... I thought that said grumble. Swelling rumble. Guiding a chariot pulled by 3 I'm not even joking. Magnificent grizzlies. What? Okay, Abe's a feckin' druid. All right. Oh, sorry. Grizzlies. A lanky figure stands out against the light. Instantly recognizable. Great Abe. Oh, it's all right. Friends, that was all you missed visually, but thank you for reminding me. Yeah. So, Fearless, I thank you for bringing that up. Like, the original tabletop RPG was meant to be a balancing mechanic, kind of like Humanity and Vampire, or... Oh, what is it in Shadowrun? Is it Spirit? Which is the idea that the more cybernetics you install into yourself, the more you kind of lose touch with humanity. And in the tabletop version of Cyberpunk, cyberpsychosis was kind of like more of a narrative hook. Like, you have a limit to how many body mods you can install in a character. And when you get towards that, you can add some stuff to it. Oh, yes, thank you. It was Essence in Shadowrun. And Keldra, if Great Abe pulls his shirt off right now and starts getting oiled up, we know what territory this is getting into. I think what happened is they tried to apply a term used for RP in such a way as to be one thing in a video game. And then we have an adaptation of that video game. So we have the tabletop RPG mechanic run through 2 filters to then output this weird thing. God. And it's honestly, it's genuinely fascinating. Now, Sean says, is it just me that hates a game named after a genre? Yes. It is irksome, to say the very least. And the fact is, let us be perfectly honest. Cyberpunk, the old tabletop system, was not the good one. There's a reason why it died on its ass and people still talk about Shadowrun, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they just called it Cyberpunk. They didn't even add anything to it. God. I was going to say it'd be like if they made a tabletop system just called Anime, but they made Big Eyes, Small Mouth. So, fuck it, I guess. Anyway, I'm going to get to the point where Abe takes his shirt off and starts getting oiled up. The throng with a profoundly solemn gesture. Like Caesar, the salad bloke. Making his... I am trying to finish my Abe Lincoln fanfic! Fuck off! His way up the sacred path. Oiled pecs. Gliss. You know what, friends? I can't actually say words and type the wrong words. I can't do it. My dyslexic ass. Alright. Oh, Robin was saying the top-down one of the...
message from Citizen Info Political number E42H07C64. Patriot writer, please forgive a young journalist for bothering you. According to my information, our security services have foiled a terrorist plot. I'd like a comment for the readers of History Now. I hope you don't mind, but I'm waiting downstairs.
Okay. Stooge, I'm also sad there aren't typewriter sounds. I genuinely think that's a misstep. But yes, so for those who don't know, there were 2 Shadowrun games back in the day. The Sega Genesis or Mega Drive one, which was alright, top-down, kind of like Gauntlet with extra steps. But the SNES game, despite having one of the jankiest combat systems today, and one of the weirdest conversation systems, is still a huge influence in like cyberpunk video games, and is genuinely worth your time. A team of people managed to convert the game into Shadowrun Returns, so you can just download the story and plot points into Shadowrun Returns, but it's not quite the same. So Sean, I guess that answers your question. Did I play the... Yes. That's actually usually the answer of did Will play the thing. So Fearless, I think we have blinked into an alternate timeline history version. So we're in the nation of California. Okay. And these were some of the snippets we were seeing through our weird person talking to us through the walls. So let's go meet this young writer. You know, already the warm, soft oranges and greens of like the drugged out California have changed for this very, very cold, very calculated blue. And apparently we have a picture of Abraham Lincoln staring at us while we sleep. All right. We are definitely affluent in this space, but this is not a free society by any means. All right, let's go talk to some people. Yeah, well, Relentless Route, that's what's going to be interesting. Are we going to start revealing Orange Land? Which then goes a long way towards asking, who are we in this world? Or perhaps it's better to say, where are we?
Patriot Green, I'm so honored to meet you. Have you heard? Agents with the Office of Un-Californian Activities have broken up the SolarCon 8 terrorist organization. It seems your ex-wife has been arrested for treason. Do you have a comment for our readers?
I don't think I do. Oh, okay. Sorry. It took me a couple of runs. Oh yeah, and Fearless, it is fucking cool that the Shadowrun Returns does have the pro tag from the SNES game shop as a cameo in the main stories. That's fucking rad. Book was saying it makes them mad that a Twitter mutual friend of theirs released a cyberpunk TPRPG that's actually in genre, anti-capitalist, techno-queer, didn't get a lot of traction. Yeah. I mean, the irony being that cyberpunk as a genre is inherently very anti-capitalist, very anti-fascist, and queer as all hell.
Let us remember Sonoma and the sacrifices of our forebears.
Oh, actually, actual bears, quite possibly. Oh yeah, and Sean, like yeah. And this is from 2016 as well.
Good day, Patriot Green. I was about to drop off a national security memorandum at your place of residence. What a wonderful symbol. California's enemies arrested on our day of national celebration. As the great Abe once said,
Get fucked.
It is for us the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. The father of our nation can be proud of his children. Happy 12th of February.
Oh, okay, so this. And Relentless Roots, I did like, not like the concept, but just the phrasing of Office of Un-Californian Activities. Dear Patriot Writer Green, the OUCA, Office of Un-Californian Activities, agents have apprehended Thea Truberg for Un-Californian activities connected to the subversive organization SolarCon 8. In accordance with Article 4 of the California Act, the Truberg will be tried for high treason and collusion with the enemy tomorrow, February 13th, by a special court which will seek the elimination of the accused. In accordance with Articles 6 and 8 of the Californian Act, the Prosecutor General will exceptionally represent the Republic of California. The defense will not be represented. That's fine. That's not super fascist. Super fascist. Your past intimate relationship with the accused makes you, dear patriot, the prosecution's key witness. People of California are counting on you. Happy 12th of February, Prosecutor Shitface. That's you, motherfucker. All right. Let's see if it still does the effect as we try to leave. Yeah, that's so fucking cool. That we can't leave this one street, because if we try to, it just stretches space-time. And, oh, cool! That guy just disappeared. Great. I'm sure this is going to get worse.
You're a bit early. The Prosecutor General is still out investigating. He's questioning everyone who approached the woman. If I may say so, you're as elegant as ever.
That's the only nice thing anyone said in fascist California so far. Oh yeah, and Robin does make a good point, Book, that when it comes to tabletop RPG stuff, that can be very hard to both monetize and get coverage on. Here's something up there.
I have a story that's been going through my mind. It's about a Californian dog that reports extraterrestrials disguised as garbage men. What do you think?
Sounds a tad familiar. Oh, restless roots when you're tired. Relentless roots when you've had coffee.
Good evening, sir. You know they managed to dismantle the terrorist group thanks to me. I told the UK agents I always saw that evil woman hanging out at the Greek's place, and they finally arrested the bitch. Happy 12th of February.
Happy I'm gonna set your hair on fire.
How long you been coming here, Patriot Elvin? 10 years? 15? You know Stavros, he never heard to fly. She was a nice lady, but with those terrorists, she lose her mind. The UK agents, they threaten Stavros. You start telling stories, you'll be on first boat to Athens. With wife and kids. Like we say back home, when your neighbor's house is on fire, yours is in danger. They were scary. We know you saw her. You're an accomplice. So Stavros tells them. Yes, Thea came to dine her often. She came to find out what you were up to, Elvin. But how could Stavros tell she was conspiring?
Feckin' Yoro. I kind of get why a lot of people describe this as a very, like, Philip K. Dick type story. Because it feels like it has that... I don't know, the sci-fi with consequences kind of vibe. Like, oh boy, I sure do wish my life was better. I'm going to try and explore as much as I can, but we know there's a telly in the diner. And so I want to try and talk to all the characters before we progress.
Why didn't my colleagues delete this deviant? Quick shot to the brain, that's what I say. No sense wasting the taxpayers' money.
Very Scanner Darkly.
I just don't get it. How could a Californian woman conspire with the Mexicans? With all due respect, Patriot Writer, you lived with that witch for years and never suspected anything?
The record store is closed, Patriot. A good citizen informed us that Mr. Sapna was selling deviant music. He's ripe for psycho realignment, that one. If it were up to me, I'd eliminate that damn curry eater.
I'm gonna set your genitals on fire. God, I'd have to look up Motel Dust because it rings a bell, but my brain is absolutely pulling up nothing.
Elvin, Patriot writer. The arrested? What a shock. But no smoke without fire, as they say. It'll be a public trial. You'll be everywhere. Radio, TV, Patriot Writer Green testifying against the Trauberg. The nation before love. The ultimate sacrifice in the name of the Republic. You know I've always been there for you. So I'll give you a word of advice. Collaborate. Anyhow, they're gonna eliminate your Thea, that's for sure.
What ho, Vikings?
So
What
don't let
glorious
whatever
shenanigans
happens
are
cause
we
any
up to
problems
today?
for us. I mean, you. It's gonna be war, you know. We have to keep a low profile if we don't want any trouble. Maybe you could even write a book about the trial. Who knows? I can already see the title. The Republic Before Love. The Memoirs of Dear Patriot Writer Elvin Green.
So, Larius, Watto and welcome. Thank you for the bits. To let you know, for some reason, only a handful of things are working on twitch.television. So, sadly, House Order and Chaos have been sidelined, which earlier Quasi took as a threat and did the slow rolling ball from Fight Club, but as a hit. So we're in kind of like the second act of this. So this game is called Californium. We started off this game as a burnt out writer. Our wife has left us. We have a crippling drug addiction. We can't write for shit. We've just lost our job and we're being evicted. And so while wandering around the neighborhood, the television starts talking to us. And we start finding these weird little snippets of the world, eventually leading us to find a huge triangle, bringing us from our original dimension to this place, where we are respected, we are attractive, we've written multiple best-selling books, we're doing great. But then there's a catch, very kind of, as we were saying, a very kind of Philip K. Dick cyber. So we're talking about cyberpunk, a very sci-fi type catch, that we have been thrown into a world of just like abject fascism. An alternate timeline where Abraham Lincoln founded California as a standalone country, and it is ruled with a totalitarian regime. So let's see what the telly has to say to us. Okay, there's 4 to find in here. So we've been playing this kind of aggressive... Okay. So it's yet another dimension altogether. Alright. Fascinating. There's 2 more. It's very Twilight Zone. And we're looking for these little symbols. The circle with like a line through that shows us these little snippets of other dimensions. And Fearless, Man on the High Castle, that was Philip K. Dick, right? I'm not going completely bananas loopy.
Do you suffer from existential instability, Elvin? I may call you Elvin, may I not? After all, we're like close friends now. You used to have no future, but here you are with a present. However, this world does not suit you, and you're attempting to peel back the layers of reality.
I mean, mate, you're not wrong. Oh, Andorf, thank you. I can't believe it. I didn't see that. Andorf was saying the symbol is Omega, the last letter of the Greek alphabet. Thank you. Stopped me from getting completely lost. Talk to this bloke. But I don't want to spend too much time in fascist land if we don't have to.
Are you going to join the battalions of our glorious Californian army? Our republic needs warriors, not writers.
I'm gonna burn this whole place the fuck down. Oh, yes, there was one... How did we get to it, because I heard it, like, out the back steps. Now, was it in our house? Yes, it was. Alright, we've got 6 thingies to find. Okay. Sorry, I have to keep doing the spin. The mouse doesn't stay within the game window, so if I move it outside of, I can accidentally click things in stream, so... If anyone gets, like, accidentally muted or what have you, please don't take it personally. It most certainly isn't. I think we're going to be going to some strange... I think we're going to be heading to like a strange kind of communist sci-fi world next. So it's uppercase theta. Thank you, Lyris. Oh, wow. Got a balcony? Fucking yo. Alright, there's one more to find. Alright. As Valve says, follow the light. Okay, so sorry, sometimes with these puzzles, you have to mouse over things to make them...
I feel I must warn you, Elvin. Entering into the labyrinth of times gone by is a risky undertaking. You never know what the past may have in store for you.
Okay. Sorry, what I was trying to say was, in terms of the puzzles of this, sometimes you have to look at things from a distance, sometimes you have to mouse over other things to make them disappear, sometimes you have to wait for timing, or a myriad of different things. But, final telly was in the diner. Oh. God, 6. Alright. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. That's 1. Sorry, I'm getting really into unraveling this little mystery. I take it you're all with me on this one, right? Because those are some cool robot automatons, and I want to find out where this is going. And Billboard's having a bad time. Oh. Alright. That's Big Abe. What else we got? 2 more. How fortuitous. Oh, I saw that. Aha. One more. And there we go.
So you insist on breaking up this world where everyone has his place, even you. I almost envy you humans with your irrepressible sense of hope. I find the notion so utterly bizarre. As my literary alter ego said, young man, you aim to be such an unusual young man, imbued with pure love and scorn for gold.
Vanderbeest Big Abe is absolutely going to be a giant Abraham Lincoln themed mech, and I am going to go to great lengths to bring it forward. Now, was there another one in the back of the diner? Yeah, there was. How many have we got left? 5 left. Okay, we can do this. So, Sean, I will say, one of the things that I do pride myself is I try and find weird and interesting and different indie games when it comes to streaming. Mainly because I know what it is like to work full-time in video games and have no time to play... You know those games everyone talks about at, like, fucking industry parties or stuff, and you're like... You're like, oh, I would fucking love to get involved with X game, but, you know, I have a real-ass job and lots going on and all sorts. There we go. My goal has been very much to be able to bring that to other people, and especially with titles like this. Oh, Restless Roots. See, I got it right this time. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Yeah, tomorrow's Sea of Thieves. So, I guess we've gotten 2 rounds of Sea of Thieves this week. So I'm very spoiled. I saw something flicker. I know you're in here! Bet you with them bloody condiments. We've got 2 more. Okay, damn it, book. That is a great title that you need to write down. I mean, Sean, that's a fucking great goal. I'm lucky enough that, you know, I know a lot of...
Anyway, your lady, she'd have got...
I'm lucky enough that I know a lot of people in the indie space, and they are very good to me when it comes to games in the ilk. Plus, they have the long ship looking after me, so that's one of the reasons I get to go through a lot of these. Alright, you're clever. But how clever are you? Sorry, I'm yelling at the stuff on the telly. The stuff in the video game. Alright. Wait a second, is it just like straight beneath us? Oh, yes! Small!
You don't talk much, do you, Elvin, my boy? Wouldn't you like to know who is the gatekeeper of these infinite worlds? Am I the grace of God, or some form of artificial intelligence? A psychological experiment in which you're the guinea pig? Am I the manifestation of a temporal epileptic fit affecting your brain? Unfortunately, even I don't know. I simply deliver my reports. But I am neither your tutor nor your nanny. I am not your Virgil, and you are certainly not Dante. And we are definitely not in paradise.
Well, you will certainly not be pulling my devil trigger, sir. Alright, so we've either got to find the portal to the next world, or one more telly. Alright, so we're just going to keep an ear open for some more static. Possibly in here? Okay, yeah. It's inside the bureau.
The Prosecutor General is waiting for you in his office. He's rather handsome.
Alright, let's go talk to the prosecutor before we start playing whack-a-mole. Oh, but we can't get up there, so... Oh, no. It's an elevator! That's how it works! Sean, how could you do this? You pulled away one whole person to play a video game. Like, I don't even know you anymore. Sean, it's fine. Alright, what's the point in having this little corner on Twitch if I can't help people find more interesting games, yo? Ah, it's the racist dickhead.
The ultraphonic recordings are categorical. Thea Trauberg, born on December 16th, 119 AL. 5'5", black hair, black eyes, is guilty of subversive un-Californian activities and deviant behavior. Article 5 of the California Act stipulates the maximum sentence for treason. So I'll be delighted to request the deletion of this scum. Of course, the Republic
You're just a piece of
is
shit in every
counting on
universe,
your
aren't you?
testimony, Green. Prove you deserve the title of Patriot.
Yeah, AL after Lincoln. Alright. Let's get this guy deleted, you know what I mean? I, for one, welcome Robo Lincoln. May he destroy this fascist bullshit. Oh, God, sorry. Sorry for this, the sudden pirouettes. Alright, we got 4 to find. Right. Follow the light. Okay, look for the flickering nonsense. Oh, behind the desk. Be a while. There's no way there's not one in here. Also, like, I don't know if it's intentional, but in the area that we most detest, it's having us make the pieces of this world disappear. To wait for the audio cue. I know you're there. Shazoom! Gotcha! And there's definitely going to be one upstairs. So Sean says, where does game lean, left or right? I mean, we won't know until we play through it. For the most part, like, at least in the American political spectrum, bearing in mind that games are a very international space, 9 times out of 10, video games have a very, what the US would call left-leaning perspective. Those that are more predominantly right-wing only tend to work in very specific spheres of video games. But that's another kettle of monkeys. Now, this is a game made by a French development team, so they're very much evoking like the old 70s American style, but through a lens that's almost... I'm trying to think how to phrase it. Through a lens that's almost... Oh, alright, you're here somewhere. I saw that light pop up. There we go. Hopper-char. Got it.
But surely the real question is, who are you, Eldin Green? I sense a sort of split in your personality, like a transversal communication. Of course, some of the symptoms are clear enough for a straightforward diagnosis. Schizophrenia, agoraphobia, paranoia. But I perceive another presence, as if your psyche were spun from a host of malignant forces.
Sorry, this is a French-made game, and it's definitely going through history beats of old. Definitely that Philip K. Dick, Man in the High Castle kind of style. So, Shadows. So the current timeline that we're in seems to be one where Abraham Lincoln founded California as an independent country, and through the years it morphed into a fascist, totalitarian state. Where we're going next, hell if I know. But if we align everything just right, let's go find out. I mean, Keldra, it's certainly a storage unit of monkeys. The price of the monkey per barrel has gone severely up, especially in 2022, so we can only really afford to acquire... I don't know what I'm saying. Why do you lot put up with me? Alright. So I think we're going to go now into, like, mecha communist Lincoln. Looking at the drill bits and the stark cold blue that we went to... Ah, yes! Greetings, Commander Green. It is... Oh, sorry. It is the Martian year, 1045, and I'm on the verge of completing my great book. The Earth is now just a field of ruins and hundreds of millions of kilometers away from it. Our silent red planet is the cradle of post-human creation story, a story of which I am writing the first pages. I, Evelyn Green, would like to present to you my fan fiction. I have created... See, notice we're getting bleep bleeps. We didn't get tippity tappities on the previous one. The new being, which has turned against the human species. This new being has reduced... I don't know why I'm talking about this. The human species to slavery in order to achieve... This is the opening to Exo Squad, by the way. Its own destiny. Actually, that's not fair. The opening to Exo Squad was humans made a slave race, and the slave race went, the fuck, rebelled, took back Mars, and now there's war. Because the humans are the baddies. To embrace... to embrace the universe and its multiple worlds. Humans, obsessed with the search for meaning, have long considered themselves the center of the great everything, yet they are nothing more than biological residue. Hey, we drink as well. Go ahead. Thankfully, Keldra, I don't have to type the spaces. Huh. Whose memory will... Fuck's sake. Every time I try and finish this stuff up, someone's going to be DMing me on Space Instant Messenger. God. Sorry, I got drunk and checked my Gaia Online account this week, so my brain's been very MSN Messenger era nonsense.
Father, Mars is basking in the rays of a most beautiful sunrise. The MMC share value is at an all-time high, and your portfolio is up to $200 septillion and 8 cents. Furthermore, the consortium has just signed 3 new Sirius 5 mining contracts. The Great Chamberlain is waiting for you in the Alpha Zone to discuss the inauguration of the Commander's Museum.
Oh, that's lovely. One of the other things that was mentioned early on was that it's very likely that our daughter passed away. So we're not in California anymore. Stocks are going up. Lincoln Z90! Automaton, he's terrific. Get the most incredible version of a famous model. Robo Lincoln! Relincoln? Nah, we'll come back to it. Alright, loving this. Sweet space. What have we got here? Our little pet mining drill. Elven Green, Starmen. Oh, so I'm just waiting trashy sci-fi. Oh, this is great. I'm just having fun. Look at this fucking place. Yo, friends, how about we... Oh. Well, okay, so Eva was pointing out that, and 8 cents. Guess the successor state in the US hasn't abolished the penny. We keep coming back to 8. I don't know why, but it seems to be where we're returning. Holy fuck, that's massive. Welcome, my friends, to Drilldonia. Drilldonia. It's a fucking massive drill. Yeah, Abe Lincoln, now with action grippy hands. Oh, wait, cool. Sure, that does sound pretty fucking interesting. So I tell you what, friends, due to tea, coffee, and actually staying hydrated for once, I do need to nip to the loo again. So I'm just going to leave it on, because right now, our character is talking to our child, who may have passed away in the original timeline. We're on Mars, we're writing fun stories. So far, doesn't seem like anyone's being a fascist. And look at this place is gorgeous. So I'm gonna nip to the loo now, while we're still at that point of... Oh wait. There we go. I'm gonna nip to the loo now, while we're still at a point of everything being good and happy. So we can just kind of like have a breather, get a bevy, and be like, cool. And there were no problems on Mars, the end. Vanderbeest, I couldn't possibly comment. Be back in a sec, friends. Well, hello there, General Kenobi. The house is completely empty for some reason, so there's no one to stop me eating cheese from the fridge. It won't just be my lunch. How you all enjoying Mars? This is some good Martian weather, friends. May the giant Drildo bless us all. Of Drildonia. I can't remember how long this game is, but I know there's not too much left to it. Well, I'm kind of curious to see where it goes from here, because there are several routes this story could go. One of them being, you know, if this world is real to us, does it matter? Is it better to live in psychosis? Or, interdimensional travel is awesome with no downsides. Vanderbeest, we live in a house with 2 dogs. There is no floor cheese. The cheese does not live there. Although everyone is out, so maybe I could find some. I'll have to have a look. Also, I haven't checked the hot sheets for a little while. So whilst I'm putting cheese into my gob, just make sure that the games industry hasn't exploded while I've just been faffing about on this. I mean, Keldra, some cheese on toast. Fuck yeah. I just didn't want to take too much time away because I've got all of your lovely selves and I didn't want to leave you here just on Mars by yourself. Though sometimes I've humorously considered getting to a certain point in the stream and then just not returning for like a day. Just seeing how long the stream would go of its own volition. But I don't know what game I would leave on. Maybe like Spore. One of those RPGs, one of those RTS games where you can set all the different sides to AI. Yeah, Spore could work. Just leave a bunch of bugs just eating each other. Advancing their way through varying civilizations. You know how it is. But thankfully, by the looks of things, there hasn't been any, like, great big games industry explosions while we've been hanging out. I don't expect one today, but we've had a quiet few days, and that's usually when I start getting nervous, video game wise. Okay. Cheese consumed. Have a fresh cup of tea. Let us continue to explore Mars. Alright. Oh, sorry, I'm going to do a couple of pirouettes. This place is heckin' cool. Getting some real Caldari vibes from this. Ooh, fancy lift. Greetings to you, Flaggle Nog Nog. How are you this fine Martian day?
Greetings, Master Green. Mr. Briskin is putting the final touches to the Commander's Museum. The Gleamoon has just confirmed it will attend the inauguration, and thanks you kindly. Ambassador Vogue apologizes, but he cannot be at the ceremony. He suggests attending via telepathy. This day will leave its mark on the solar system.
Honestly,
glory be to the great book.
Glory be. Honestly, Mr. Vogue can just go feck himself. He knows what he's done. In every dimension, there is a rolling dice diner. Oh, steak and eggs. Sorry. I don't know where that came from. Lyris, there are not dice to roll. Which is, frankly, just tragic.
Commander, we have just captured this Bio-H. A miner has never infiltrated the dome before. We must consider this intrusion as a major security breach.
Elven Green, you're nothing but a demiurge trading with mechanical demons. Damn the man who betrays his human brothers and entrusts machines with his destiny. Your androids shall be powerless to stop us. It is time for the Great Revolt.
These are merely psychotic projections, Master. The human spirit is so imperfect. We'll interrogate him. He'll tell us if he's alone.
I mean, eat farts with a spoon, mate. Oh, let's check in with the Oracle. Nothing? Darn it. I had high hopes. Though this world has gone weirdly quiet, and I won't lie, getting nervous. Are we the baddies? And yes, indeed, the humans are revolting. Have you seen them? Bloody hose them down. Oh, greetings.
Master, your attire is sublime.
I do try.
That brown Schweitz toga is simply stunning. You're looking younger by the day. What's your secret?
Interdimensional travel.
No entry allowed. Not everything is ready yet for your museum's inauguration. Please be patient. I promise it will be amazing.
A museum for me? Fucking yo! I see no way
Father, excuse the interruption.
Sorry.
You've received an ultra-level security flashcom. Asymmetrical decryption complete.
Okay, great commander. According to our security department, the consortium has just lost control of the Centrius Tholden mine site. The female Thea Themberg and several Bio-H's, humans, were spotted near the dome. The Great Council of the MMC is specifically asking you to speed up the process of replacing human workers with a new generation of synths, you know, before rebellion takes over and all the Martian sites. Anyway, I've already ordered a flange psi to move into the dome and intercept the female Truberg, whatever, as well as the accomplices. He'll terminate their cycle. Okay. Okay. I guess we're stressing out because,
These Bio-H's will do anything for their Martian god. It's as if they had been brainwashed. What does the Great Book prophesy, Commander? Isn't our mission to exterminate them?
Yeah, I stole that line from Doctor Who, mate. Anyway, everybody shut up. We're going to the Museum of Us. Oh, you know what? Let's get a cup of coffee first. Then let's go to the Museum of Us.
I'm receiving more and more flashcoms about the violence caused by humans on the MMC sites. Some fanatics have even managed to penetrate the dome. The Phalange C is keeping me informed of the situation. But we won't let these humans spoil such a fine day. If I may be so bold, Master, why don't we rid ourselves of this degenerate species?
I don't know. They're thoroughly entertaining.
Commander, we arrested this Bio-H as he was making his way to the museum to carry out a suicide attack. He claims a Martian entity ordered him to sacrifice himself to free humans from slavery.
We'll destroy your idolatrous temple. With the help of the eternal U-2642, we'll put an end to this unholy dictatorship. Repent, Elven Green, or Hegia Thea will come for you and put you to the sword.
We've sent 2 phalangists to your friend Stavros's place. We suspect him of having been in contact with the female Trauberg.
Interesting. Yeah, so the whole 8 theme is coming up again and again. Oh, and Sean was asking if anyone else wasted money on the Spore creature creator. You fucking better believe it! I couldn't even get the box copy to run for...
Commander, we've just scanned the area.
months.
Olfactory sampling is conclusive. A Bio-H female has recently been in this area. We flashed the Centurion. He's on his way to the consuls for a full report.
Thank you, robot.
Bio-H Stavros has admitted to having had contact with the female Trauberg. He's a high security risk. We request authorization to terminate his cycle.
Sorry, I should probably feel more for Stavros, but what actually got a raise out of me was Stooge mentioning Dark Spore. There's a term I haven't heard in a long time.
Elvin, thanks God you're here. The Simuls know Thea was at Stavros' place. You knew she had escaped from Saronius Tolus? She gave message to Stavros. She's waiting for you at the museum. The Simuls say Thea wants to assassinate you, to cut off your head. Crazy! She says she wants to free the humans. She thinks she's the Messiah, or what? I never seen Simuls all over the place like this before. I'm sorry. They know Thea's going to the museum. Stavros had no choice, Elvin. He don't want to lose his life for a crazy lady.
Dark Spore? That's not a story that EA would tell you. And we're back at it again. 4 to find, okay. Look for that, the telltale flickering. Ah, coaster. Always check the regular toilets. Aha! 2 more to find. Aha! The blinking light was an indicator of how warm or cold or close or not we were. Although we seem to be deconstructing the shit out of this. There's 1 more to find, so that will probably be down here. Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? With my brains and your brawn, we'll make an excellent team. Sorry. Apparently my puzzle-thinking brain noises is one of the scientists from Half-Life. Right. I know you're here. Could be outside? Didn't appear to be anything in the kitchen. Would they put one outside? Would they be that cheeky for us? And yeah, like Lord Traden, we could be ushering in like a Fallout style universe. Yeah. Absolutely loving the music and how it's done. But it's definitely in there. It's definitely in there. All I can say, friends, is forgive me while I'm playing. There we go. While I'm playing Whack-A-Mole.
Ruling over Mars like a Roman emperor. Who could have imagined such a destiny, huh? But this world is not enough for you. You are preparing to manipulate the layers of space-time as if you were playing dice. Oh, you are a fascinating case of insatiable ambition, my friend.
Is everything all right, Father? A severe disruption has just affected your electrosensorial field. It's a very strange phenomenon, an intrusion from an unknown source.
Thank you, Alice. And I do agree with Sean that those of us that purchased Spore back in the day should form some kind of support group. Like, one of the reasons why I'm a big proponent of, House Longship, we do not pre-order. And a big proportion of that is because even with the best devs and the best team, with all the cash and time
I just reported to the console. We think the high doses of anxiolytics given to the miners have caused a break.
How long have we got to find in here? 5. Okay. Do. Aha. Oh, okay, so there's an upstairs as well. Right. Haha! Yeah, we seem to be severely deconstructing everything right now. And there's still 2 more to find. I guess up we go. Probably should have started on the top. Oh. Hey, is this nerd?
Greetings, Commander. You must have seen the Centurion. The contagion is spreading to every site, from Saronius Solus to the Solus Planum Plateau. Production is blocked, and the Consortium cannot understand why you aren't reacting. We have to get rid of the Bio-H's, Elvin. Those fanatics will blow up the dome in the end. They're just workers. They're not good for anything anymore. We'll replace them with synth, and everything will get back to normal. According to the Simules, you can't deal with the situation because you're getting soft. You know I've always been there for you, right? So let me take care of it. I'm the Consul. I'll settle this my own way with the Legion. We'll deal with Theo once and for all.
You're a bad person! Oh, okay. Alright, I see you. God, this game is gloriously weird.
I gave orders to eliminate that wimp staff.
Ah. Oh, nope, no. There we go. So there's one more, either inside here or outside. What do you got for me? Books, maybe? Ah, yes. There we go. Wait, what? Darn it. I was a little slow on the draw. But it seems that
like Odysseus, leaving his kingdom of Ithaca to go to war, Commander Green pursues his relentless quest for other realities. What poet shall write the Odyssey of Elwin, set in the multiple dimensions of time?
Father, the phenomenon has just recurred. The neuromorphic circuit analysis detects neither a pirate engram nor a virus. It could be a quantum footprint from an unknown source.
Interesting. So at this point, like, either our delusions have become so articulate that delusions either become so articulate that we now understand them, and they're communicating with themselves, or 5 to find. Let's go, baby. I feel like the drill's gotta be one. Or we're not hallucinating at all, and there is actually some cadence to all of this, you know. Oh, I saw that. Boop. And it is interesting how it shows the spaces between. The way in which we unfurl these varying problems is mildly fascinating. Sorry, what I mean is, like, we're a writer, but one of the puzzles involved us basically blinking literature out of existence. Ow, peoples. I didn't mean to do that. What the heck is this place? Oh, we found a bar where
We,
people...
his worshippers, have gathered together and await the hour of the ultimate sacrifice. By the grace of you, 2642,
I don't think
we
we're
shall
supposed to be
demolish
here.
your black iron prison. Our faith will triumph over your mechanical devils.
Are we the baddie?
She struck him twice on the neck with all her might and took off his head. Took off his head. Just as Judith decapitated Holofernes, Elvin Green, you will succumb to Hagiatea's scimitar.
Okay. This is the epitome of we have walked into the wrong bar.
The time has come and the kingdom is nigh. The time of restoration of all things, as it was before the fall. The future will retreat into the present, where it will become truth.
Sure, cool, great, love it. Do you know me, big lover of the things you just said. 6. Oh, crud vapors. There's 1. Oh. 2. Oh, interesting. We're actually reconstructing this place. 1, 2, 3. 4. Or deconstructing? I'm not even sure anymore. Like, where are we? What's an aluminum falcon? Although, yeah, though Keldra, I don't disagree. It's like this situation of ridiculousness has spiraled so far out of control. Alright. 2 more. So where we are on an alternate timeline where humans moved to Mars. Who are we? We are the interdimensional traveling washed up writer who is currently the Julius Caesar of this place. As for what we are, fuck if I know. Alright, there we go. But we seem to be just...
We are the Hollow Men. We are the stuffed men, wrote the great T.S. Eliot. You rule over ghosts, Elvin. Over soulless machines and human beings intoxicated on visions of the apocalypse.
Father, an in-depth scan of your memory layers to seek out this intrusion has detected an anomaly. It's a mnemotrace of a young human called Alice, without any associated memory. Most likely a quantum aberration.
Okay. How many do I have to find out here? 2 more. Sorry, friends. This game is definitely gripping. Like, what it's showing us is definitely a future broken and deconstructed. And he's doing the pirouette. Was there any more robot friends?
Guten Tag, sir. Dr. Kapek isn't here. Dr. Kapek told us a good story. It's about a dog who mistakes robot cleaners for humans. Have you heard it?
Sorry, the idea that in every universe our friend still tries to tell the same dumb sci-fi story. Oh. I'm definitely the baddie, Red Burning, at least in this universe. Like, we have basically enslaved humans to turn them into mining people while making robot friends. Now the humans are mad and they're rebelling. And the person who was our ex-wife leads the rebellion against us. Oh no! Numbers, has it been a bad sports week? Tell me your tales, friend. Tell me your tales.
My dream is to be Simul of the Phalange someday, and wear one of those.
The logo is... Ah, there we go. So what's interesting here... The corpses, or the unconstructed, are all fully 3D models. And it's not until they gain a semblance of sentience do we actually see that 2D illustration style.
Will you ever find harmony with the world, Elvin? Pain and guilt are sometimes so deep-rooted that nothing can soothe them.
What's happening, Father? New connections are appearing in the quantum substrate, but it's impossible to initialize them. Your neuromorphic implant circuits are being progressively reprogrammed as superimposed states. A mutation of these states is now initiated. The data flux has been discontinued.
That's not good! Well, I mean, Numbers, I'm sorry to hear that, friend, but... I mean, it means it's not over, right? They could still win 3 games in a row, level it out, bring it on home. It could still be a glorious comeback, right? Like a moment. Is it a statistical anomaly? Possibly, but it could happen. It could be fine. All right, where is this last fucking wibbly wobbly, timey wimey thing? Now, as we're saying, well, it is not outside the realm of possibility. It is outside the realm of probability. Man. Okay. I'm probably being a great big dingus, but there's one more... There's one more out and about on the streets that I haven't found yet. I would say that's already part of somebody else's win. Yeah, you're right, Lyris. All we need is the infinite probability drive, and we're all set. Jobs are good. Maybe I do need to go back up into my house. All right, let's try that. Might be a game of angles, because we haven't used our balcony. Yeah, and I should have known there'd be one in here as well. Okay. Right, 6 to find. It's very curious that these puzzles all seem to focus on... Initially, they were focusing a lot on... what we'd lost. And this is asking us to give things up to progress. So like getting rid of medals and accolades and things like that. Like getting rid of the things that we've achieved so that we might progress through this. And it's essentially making us mechanically do what this character is. Giving up their successes so they might, I don't know, continue? Explore? I mean, Caldra, like, hypnosis under therapy is a faggot. Is as valid an explanation for all this as possible. But it kind of asks that. It asks that question that I think doesn't really get talked about when people discuss a film that apparently I cannot recall the name of, despite seeing multiple times. God darn it. Fucking janky ass pee bag. My brain keeps saying Oblivion. It's obviously not Oblivion. Not Eternal Sunshine, but Numbers, a very, very good guess. And one of the reasons why I wanted to do at some point a playthrough of Remember Me is how that tries to dance on some similar topics. It doesn't quite hit it, but it does something interesting with it. No, I was trying to remember Inception. Because essentially the end of Inception is our buddy Leo kind of deciding that it doesn't matter. Yes, words are hard. Whoever made up words was a fucking nerd. Owes me a pint. Hey, you, the inventor of language. What the fuck? Said Will, loudly. I'm kind of amazed there's more. Do you know what I hate, Numbers? Is I read that perfectly. I was like, oh yeah. Michael Caine made that real good point. Then I stopped, and I reread your sentence, and you'd written my cocaine instead of Michael Caine. But I read it perfectly. Now, book, again, that's another valid way of looking at it. Green is having hallucinations that make him see these interdimensional portals. Like, that the psychoses affecting him is was what allows him to see all this. Like, again, it's entirely valid. Oh, is there nothing in our bedroom? I thought this would be a surefire. Oh, okay, no, there is something here. There we go. Oh, darn it.
You are not welcome in this Martian Babylon where your creatures conceal themselves from God's gaze. The time has come for you to flee from the empire you have created like a blind demiurge.
Alright, Judgy Judgeson. Fuck. Pun Spectre, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Well, I tell you what, friend.
Sir, I believe one entire nice is in order. Stairs in 6,969 also. What ho?
Upon Spectre, I'm so terribly sorry. You're right, you are owed on. Nice. How are you doing, Puns? And thank you again for the bits, friend. Okay, so we just need to find one more thing on the main streets. Oh, you're kidding me. It was the Oracle. Found it! Oh, that should be all of them. Hey, baby boy.
We are now on the eve
You
of
good
a
boy.
new combination of events. Are you not weary of this endless succession of worlds? Is it not time to write the epilogue of your great book?
Mate, I played World of Warcraft. Obviously, my appetite for new worlds is unsatiable. I'm not insatiable. No. Unsatiable. The anti-satiable, if you will. Oh, so puns. That's feckin' brilliant. Also, I have been thoroughly enjoying the games of EDH and Magic you've been playing against Caffeine. Because it's so funny. Dude comes in and is like, oh, so this game was happening and this bit was happening and I almost had him. And I believe my exact comment was, you only got that far because Puns let you. Did you lose? Yes. Well then, it was all part of Puns' plan. I do want to play EDH with you all at some point. I really do. Dan Quazzy, you've hooked me up with those decks. I'm ready to go. Anyway, let's go check out the Museum of Us. See what happens.
These humans spread their foul stench throughout the entire zone. They live like animals and dare to rise up against us. And now these savages wish to destroy our magnificent museum. It's a sacrilege, Master. A sacrilege.
Okay, so I can't go in there just yet. So I guess the question is, what am I missing? So we've done our house. Deconstructed that. Can't get into the museum yet. We did finish the diner, right? Yes, we finished the diner. And did we finish this little place? Agonaniki, more like Space Caesar with robots instead of people. Yeah, we sorted this one. Just jamming out that whole music. Gotta love it. Oh, that was the miner's pit down there. We definitely cleared that one. So where am I missing?
From now on, Commander, the Legion is finally going to cleanse Mars of all the BOHs. Let us write the last chapter of your great book. You've given us the universe, Master. We are here to serve you. Glory be to Commander Elvin Green.
Father, a quick vibratory analysis of this Simul's cortical spheroids has revealed a semantic combinatory tension superior to the reference threshold. The probability of psychological manipulation is high. Following procedure, please consider the Simul Centurion as a hostile entity from now on. Psi communications between Simuls are saturating the electromagnetic field. Security flashcom interception. The Phalange Psi has located the female Trauberg in the Commander's Museum. This flash encryption level is too low. Probability rate that it's a trap is estimated at 88%.
Meh, what's the point in having a trap if it can't be sprung every now and then?
What's happening? A giant simul kicked me out of the museum. A very poorly dressed one, in fact. In a hideous and completely outdated black coat. Is the inauguration cancelled? Your museum is everything to me. It's horrible. Horrible.
Let's go find out. Oh, it's this racist douchebag.
Welcome to your museum, Commander. You seem surprised. Did you think you'd find your mate here? You protect her, even though she wants to chop your head off? Human emotions really do lead to all sorts of contradictions. The Great Council has just voted to give full powers to the Consul, who quickly assured us of his loyalty. This Don fella will be a big help in cleansing our planet.
Don, you slimy
Then
piece of shit!
you'll join the rest of you humans in the trash can of history. You will soon be officially assassinated by the BioH Trauberg, and this absurd museum will be razed to the ground. You don't belong in our world anymore, Green.
Why are you always a piece of shit in every galaxy? Alright, well, let's have a look at our accomplishments. So we weren't just a writer in this world, we were a crafter of a great many things. So I guess now we've got to find our little way out. And if not an AI, that dude is certainly a bastard. How many do we need to find? 4. Alright. Let's go, numpties, let's go! Anything from up on high? What if we just closed off the elevator and just sat up here and drank mimosas? That's also valid, right? Right, oh, no, that's an army! That's an army, they are coming to kill me. My love. I don't want to alarm you, but I might have done whoops space dictator.
Whoops space dictator.
You know how in Stellaris where you make a few changes and you don't really think about what might happen?
No, because that's called strategy. You think it out. Strategy!
Well, my strategy had unforeseen consequences. That's an army of synth robots that apparently I made, who are coming to kill me. In a museum dedicated to me. This is how I'm dying. Unless I can find 4 transdimensional.
Sleepy baby?
Oh, sleepy baby boy. Actually, because I think Sean and Peeps are new. So this is our youngest puppy. His name is Amos. He is...
Famous Amos.
Oh! It's right, he can lay on Calcium Bonio. They're both sturdy.
Calcium Bonio nearly, fell on Amos.
That would be very funny. Yeah, puns. No one expects the Stellaris Inquisition. Amos has had a lot of adventures today.
No?
Well, I guess we just got a lot of info.
We got a lot of information on Amos today. Amos has been very, very sedentary.
Okay.
Amos chose Doug.
Amos with absolute dog chaos. He has not currently chosen chaos, but the night is young.
He's very seepy.
Yeah, we got his allergy panel back, so we know what he's allergic to proper now.
It is everything!
So many things.
He's basically, I went into the store, he can't have any kibble. Everything has peas in it.
So he's going to be a jammy bastard with...
They get fancy food now.
God damn it, Robo Lincoln, I need your help.
Rivers, meanwhile, curled up in the far chair, doing a sleepies.
River is perfect and has no flaws.
I'm also sending my my neighbors a response.
Thank you, neighbors.
Thank you, neighbors. That was probably my dogs. They are very clumsy.
Sorry, if you didn't see online, the people who live below us on the ground floor have a garden. They found one of Fiona's lighters and left a big sign that says, "Hey, we found your lighter!
Do you want it back? Send us a note."
So
I'm sending them a note.
In a little paper aeroplane that's coming down. Bruce, Amos will need a top hat and monocle at some point.
At some point.
When we have monocle money.
Doggy monocle money.
Oh yeah, we're gonna make that doggy monocle bucks. But yeah, actually, I will send you Sean's game. So Sean Clapper found us today and has made this really... It's a co-op online puzzle game where you just put together a jigsaw puzzle with friends. Mm-hmm. But it's inside your own kind of like cute apartment.
Okay.
So you get to design and tweak your apartment and decide like what table you're going to build the jigsaw puzzles on and stuff.
Okay.
It's really cool. We've been trying to think of ways that we can get Sean's game to sell a gajillion copies. And I haven't come up with any genius ideas, but like, as a co-op game to play with people, especially other like streamer friends, I could get happily drunk as a skunk and build a puzzle with someone online. That would be funny as heck. Actually, Sean, if you want to drop the link to your game in chat, I do not mind. Like I said, when it comes to people's video games and stuff, the least I can do is try and promote the heck out of them, right? Anyway, so we found one dimensional hole. Now, I'm not sure if this is... Oh, it is blinking faster. So we're just going to find the... Oh, there it is. We had to look through the orb. Okay, that's feckin' cool. God, these puzzles are genuinely inspired. And when, honestly, the mechanics of them are so simple. C shape, click shape. That's it. Oh. Is that all of them? Ah, Robo Lincoln, welcome back. I don't think it's every... There must be something with Robo Lincoln. He's too cool. Yeah! The paper airplane has been delivered successfully to the downstairs neighbors. Now, we wait. Book says, can you talk the synths into coming to coming to Kuyu? Kuyu sounds like a social media platform with heinous connotations. It does say follow the light. Sorry, I've got to do these little pirouettes to try and find stuff. So what's happened is our buddy Don has already taken control of the synths for our own good. Aww. I mean, Sean, I won't say no, because I think I can still leave a positive review on your game because it's free to play. So I don't think we have to worry about not being able to say, hey, this game's real good. I mean, obviously I'll play it first before reviewing it, but you don't have the problem... Sorry, okay, for those of you who don't know, if you make a really cool game on Steam, and you send me a key and I activate it through like the Steam activation, my review, if I really loved your game, doesn't count towards your review score. That's just a quirk of Steam as a whole, right? I know you're here, last puzzle. But I don't think that's the case with free-to-play. I think with free-to-play, anyone can drop a review, but the weight is based on, I think it's hours played, but don't quote me. Alright, feck you, you racist piece of shit. Alright. A little Mars rover is glowing.
How could a meteor...
Shh. Shush, angry mustached man. Chairs, maybe? Wait a second. The same chamber from my rooms. Well, Sean, heckin' thank you. Alright, where are you? And I'm so sorry. Yeah, okay, the guinea pigs are chattering at me because I made a terrible Blink-182 joke. Even if my entire feed at the moment seems to be people on TikTok being like, if you are excited to hear about the reunion of Blink-182 and their upcoming tour, be sure to stretch your back and knees. You're not as limber as you used to be. Like, haha, joke's on you. I have no care for my physical form. Alright, tiny chair, maybe? Okay. Yeah, remember to take your ibuprofen. Ugh. There's one more. There's one more in here somewhere. And the thing is, the reason I'm missing it is there's something thematically we need to do for this puzzle. The one that cracked me up was someone posting online that I can't believe they replaced the lead singer with Blink-182 from that guy from Angels and Airwaves. It's like, firstly, how fucking dare you? Hey!
All 48 of these months have been unquestionably valuable. Now, the question of that value is still up for debate.
It has always been valuable. How valuable? We've not quite yet worked out. Sean, how are you doing, friend? We are 2 Seans deep! Now it's a party. No, Sean, how are you doing, friend? We have been playing this game today, and it is fucking brilliant. Oh, something's glowing. Alright, no, just gotta not look at it. It's fine. Also, that's weird. There's like a... like a little code on the wall. Hold that thought. Gotcha!
And thus it came to pass that the Emperor Elvin Green was banished from the Colosseum by Samiel, Angel of Death and Prince of Rome.
Father, the process is starting over again. Exponential amplification of the mutation. Artificial synapse is implemented. Stochastic modeling of neurons. Synaptic interconnections. Cortical correlation. Unidentified cognitive processes emerging. Transmigration complete. Processes emerging. Transmigration complete. Father, I am.
Very moving, this Alice uncovering the secrets of the conscience. But there's not enough time to witness this singularity. Neither you nor I, nor she, is here to understand, Elvin. There is no master plan.
Father, is this conscience? Being able to ask, who am I?
1, 2, 3, your loss crushes me. 4, 5, 6, where are you, Alice? 1, 2, 3, scared of what will be. 4, 5, 6, we'll meet by the sticks. What will happen to poor little Alice, who was just born out of digital limbo, if you die? We each have our own hell, Elvin.
Am I an implant inhabited by the spirit of young Alice? Am I Alice herself?
The world, whose secrets you are
Fucking
preparing to
hell.
unveil, seems strange to me, Elvin. I sense a loss of synchronicity. The dimensions of time are becoming dangerously unstable. Are you sure you want to continue?
Dad! A symbol is disconnecting me! It's scrambling all of the fluxes! I don't want to lose you. It's erasing me. I wish I had...
Well, shit! Okay. Yeah, the Philip K. Dick short story angle is definitely definitely notable. We're just gonna get the hot higgity heck out of here. You're not killing me today! Man, we had a pizza vending machine outside our building the whole time. Quick!
No use running around like a rat in your final resting place. Accept your fate, Green.
Eat fast with a spoon, Mr. Shine! I'm out of here! 'Cause I've got cool kid power. I've got cool kid powers. Alright, Doctor Who music in 3, 2, 1. Thank you, Pun Spectre, for the a cappella Doctor Who theme in chat. But yeah, so Sean, how are you doing? This is a fascinating little game. Actually came out in 2016. We started off as an individual with chronic writer's block, alcoholism, and a slew of problems. And now, we are this person. You are bound for a new gig, which you'll reveal at a later date. Shit, is it that time? I don't know if you saw, like, Asama's working at Blizzard now, which is fucking fascinating. Did you just make a I have no mouth but I must scream puzzle for your video game? Alright, I gotta see what this is. I am being very nosy. Somehow that's worse. Well, Sean, if wherever it is you are headed to next, if there's anything I can do to help, you know
Where are we, Elvin?
You still have my axe.
It's not very hospitable here. All around us, nothing but ruins and entropy. Yet I did warn you, Elvin. One should not meddle with multiple universes.
So yeah, we're seeing little snippets of the varying timelines we've leapt between. And Sean, I look forward to that day.
Chaos. Chaos. I have seen worlds beyond your understanding, Elvin, but never such chaos.
I mean, Red Burning Dragon, we could have OD'd. Like, I mean, I think we're coming towards the close of this game, but I do want to take a little bit of time once we finished it to really discuss it. Oh yeah, Sean, if you know anyone who has a shitload of money and wants to publish some games, I'm getting to the frustrated point where I'm probably just going to start publishing video games. You know, the company that sponsors the Underground Cave Party. Oh, and Sean, if you want to send us keys, either DM us on Discord or Twitter. And to Afraid Naught, this is very interesting. We're right towards the end, so obviously I don't want to scare anybody away, because, you know, we need them numbers for Mr. Twitch. Oh, you're going to work for their enemy. Oh, good. Oh, good. That's going to be fun. And yeah, this game is absolutely gorgeous. But what's interesting is... yeah. Actually, you know what's interesting about this game? Literally everything. It's a very, very simplistic title in terms of like the way in which we interact with the world, and yet it's so in depth. It is starting to sound very much like this is the last gasps of our character. And we're leaping through like our original home, our magical Mars home, and the...
As tongue-tied as ever, my dear Elvin. The world is collapsing before your very eyes, yet you continue to juggle with the secrets of creation.
Yeah, I couldn't work out initially what the doctors were discussing until I realized it's us. I thought they might be talking about...
Why do you persist? Perhaps you believe in a superior being, Elvin. According to you, the 8 spirits of Hermopolis will arise from the icy waters of this shapeless and abstract world.
Oh my life. So while we've been seeing everything in a strange light, the billboard that we've seen for the characters are literally just cardboard cutouts now. Hey baby boy, we're about to get trippy as shit. Yeah, we get trippy as shit. Yeah, you doing okay? My little boy, the lad with all the allergies.
I detect a fragmentation of orthogonal time, a distortion of space-time dimensions.
Orthogonal?
I no longer have access to the Akashic Archives. None of this makes sense.
Face doesn't make sense. Boosh! Don, you're a piece of shit in every dimension!
I feel my forces waning. Elvin, could you please halt this frenzied pursuit? You continue to wander through this labyrinth as if everything were normal. Take the time to think about what you're doing. You think you're the creator of the world, but you're merely a puppet.
I'll take the time to think about these nuts! This is one of the reasons why I am not contacted by forces beyond my control.
This world is collapsing. It's not good for either one of us. Let me make a suggestion. We end the experiment, I make my report, and you go back to the peaceful life you once had. What do you say, Elvin?
I say...
Oh, Elvin, you are nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Without me, you would still be that pathetic homunculus caught in the trap of existence. You're going to feel very lonely. I was beginning to like you, Elvin.
Hurry, I need a medical card stat. The patient's having another attack. Warn them in the operating room.
I'm losing access to your neural substrate. Elvin, do something! I haven't finished transmitting my reports. I thought I would always be.
Our final act of defiance. Fucking wee! The great gas elevator
All this is most stimulating, my friend. I'm not your Virgil, and you are certainly not Dante. Ruling over Mars like a Roman emperor, we are the Hollow Man. We are the stuffed men. What poet shall write the Odyssey of Elwin, set in the multiple dimensions of time?
Give me a fist bump, tiny robot friend. Yo.
Will you ever find harmony with the world, Elvin? Is it not time to write the epilogue of your great book? 1, 2, 3.
Your loss crushes me. 4, 5, 6. Where are you?
Just a regular Thursday! Am I right? The everything bagel. I never could get the hang of Thursdays. Our achievement, by the way, was just called Chaos. How about them video games? Yeah, Andorf, the Everything Bagel from Bagels Bagels. My favourite bagel-themed TV show. Oh, shit, we're still in. I'm using humour to deflect from existential terror that this game introduces. Oh, Martian Minds was his book. So that was the weird sci-fi shit that we were writing. We don't have the past due. The house is a little bit more unpacked. This is kind of nice. The telly's not screaming at us. Racist Lincoln doesn't rule the world. This seems fine. You're fine, mate. Don't worry about it. Just shake it off. Fucking yo! Roll credits! Oh no! Well, I will say MC Cat Master, the game's actually worth exploring. The puzzle stuff was very good. And I will say that the themes of it were very inspiring, especially if you're a small team with not a lot of cash. That was a whole ass game. Yeah, I'm gonna... This doesn't look like it's... There we go. This doesn't look like it's something intentional. I think there's an issue with the flickering... Yeah, if I hold this down, it doesn't flicker as brutally. Yeah, sorry about that. Not to dismiss the great works of everybody in this, but yeah, it is doing a flicker fest, so... Okay. And there we have it. Oh, and Sean, I just saw the DMs you sent me. Thank you for the codes. All right, let's put some tunes on. All right. So to those of you that played through today, I want to hear your thoughts and feels on this one because this was fascinating. It definitely felt like one of those titles where the how and the why were almost irrelevant. Do you know what I mean? It felt like... Yeah, I'm trying to phrase it all. Ah, interesting. We only got 60% of the achievements as well. So that's fucking fascinating. That there's actually more to this game. Alright, where are those super smooth jams? There we go. I think the biggest thing that hit me from it is that it was very much about perception of reality. It doesn't matter to Evelyn whether he was experiencing those different realities from a seizure or some drug-induced trip or what have you. You felt the weight of the element with Alice. You know, essentially his deceased child speaking to him again through sci-fi means and then gaining a sense of self and then having it taken away. Like, you felt the weight of that. You know, each time that he tried to strive for more and control, more power. And I guess the reason why I brought up the Inception analogy is, again, the wobbling top at the end. It doesn't matter at the end of Inception whether or not our main protagonist is or is not dreaming. They've chosen that reality. They've chosen that happiness. In this, our character has chosen to continue passing through, despite an unknowable force warning. A force that talks about reporting in and chaos and bounding about technical terms. But as a sci-fi writer, these could just be, you know, the vermin last grasps of an active imagination. Like, shit, it can go any which way. Yeah. Fucking fascinating. Fascinating. If any of you all have any thoughts or feelings, now's the time to throw them forward. I know it's a bit difficult to, like, try and digest a game like that immediately after finishing playing it, because, like, games are such an experience, you do have to let them percolate just a little, but... Caldera says they like the aspect of continuing onwards. There is nothing else that you can do. Interesting. I mean, our person, like, they chose to keep going. We helped them keep going. Fucking yo. Oh yeah, and Calderia, like the audio design was fucking perfect. The only issues I had was that game was very much designed to be played with a controller, and I've lost the. I've got drift on this one now, so I'm gonna have to. I don't know. Might see if I can pick up a controller. Okay, I'll see what I've got in the kit box because I'm hoping I've got a leftover one. Fingies bloody crossed. Otherwise, it's gonna make Sea of Thieves tomorrow very, very tricky. The consistency between the characters I thought was fascinating, and that we felt people's presence even when they weren't there. For example, the guy who kept telling us the same pitch in every dimension. Like, the story of... It's the story of dogs who think garbage men are aliens from another planet, told from the dog's perspective, and constantly pitching us that idea, and even having his robot creations pitch us that idea in the last one. Like, that's fascinating. Lord Traden, I think you're right. It must be a reference to some sci-fi works I'm not familiar with, but...
Another fantastic game. Thanks for the great time.
Caldera, you're very welcome, and thank you for the bits. Like, I hope I said enough of that earlier on that, you know, you'll do so fucking much. And even when we have technical problems and shit's going sideways IRL and everything's a fucking boggle of shite, you lot keep this going, and I'm very, very, very grateful. Like, seriously. XT Johnny XP, I've not played through the Final Fantasy VII Remake. I know that's going to be one that we go to in depth, so again, it's more like I'm kind of saving it. Oh yeah, numbers. I'll absolutely let you know well in advance, friend. And Lizzie, I'm still kind of processing. Quasi did a big maneuver today. But the pint glass has been broken and alerts have been spotty, so it's been stressful. It's been a day. It's been a day. Yeah, thank you, Lizzie. But no, this was a feckin' lovely game and a lovely afternoon. So yeah, tell you what, friends, let us find a lovely Mother Hubbard on this twitch.television we can go spend some time with. I'm going to make a move over towards seeing if I can find another controller buried somewhere in this house that doesn't have drift, or start looking up some tutorials on how to fix controllers with drift. Because, like I said, I don't want to spend tomorrow doing frickin' battle with battle with my controller and the high seas. Numbers, let me see how things are, but I may blep at you tomorrow. But I think the problem is we'll probably be starting before you're finishing work. But thank you for offering, friend. Honestly, I can probably spring for a controller come payday, but I don't know when I'm getting paid this month. It might be today, it might be tomorrow. Hopefully it's not Monday, because that will suck. But we'll see how it is. We'll see how it is. Right. So, and to that note, let me say my thank yous before I pass you on to one of our lovely Mother Hubbards. Oh, there we go. Mega Rand. Oh, but Shy Guy's doing some stuff as well. God darn it. Everyone's being cool today. Oh, and Lyris, I'll give that a go. So firstly, to Quasi, to Eriman, to Favor6 and J-Crips, to Bacon Avenger, J-Post, Vanderbeast, and Quasi repeatedly for the great big ball of effect. Sorry, Fearless Sun, Catastros, Immortal Allen, which I always read as Immortal Alien, I don't know why. Lyris Dragon, Pun Spectre, Calderia, Midnight Skies, one of these days I'll get it right. Superhero Necromancer, Wolfcred, Shadows of Life, Crux, Angel Colina, and the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers. Thank you so much. Right, bits and donations are what keeps us going, friends. Thank you. Your moderators today was Lizzie T. Power and Rhymes of Moose, but thank you to Caffeine and Tal. And Sean Clapper was our new follow person who has a game that we can support, which is fucking cool. To those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl, I'd like to thank Bismarck Mech, Neo Shadow, Cult, J. Crips, Keys to Saitama, Banana Man, Sean Clapper, Wallosaurus, Andorf, and Sean Peoples. And our raid of the day came in from ET3 Stooge, who, if you aren't following, please do so. Right. Let me just check on our friendos to see who is still rolling. And Lyris, thank you kindly. So I'll tell you what, friends, I'm going to pass you over to the gentleman by the moniker of Professor Shy Guy. He is a lovely individual, a convention friend, and an exceptional tunesmith. And we got to catch up with him at Ben and Mandy's wedding. So I think that's where I'd like to spend some time, friends. He's just banging out some tunes and being a cool kid. Right. Tomorrow is Sea of Thieves. Which, for those of you who are new here, is our weekly group game of those that survived Red Acre. We'll be kicking off at a later point in the day. We usually start about 3 and then get into Sea of Thieves at 4. That's Pacific. I'm based out in Seattle. And then we just see where the waves will take us. Tomorrow will be the start of the new storyline in Sea of Thieves with Stitcher Jim. So, fucking we, I guess. Yeah. If you see me on Discord and voice, that means I'm probably working on me Gundam. So come by and say hello. Right. I think that's it, friends. An exceptional game, an exceptional conversation, and exceptional company. This was a fucking great Thursday. Thank you all for bearing with me while I was starting late. Alright. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow. Now, onward! Ha-cha!